In times of change, there are two kinds of people: those who wait for the storm to pass and those who learn to sail through it.
Today, we gather to celebrate the latter, the dreamers, the doers, and the decision makers who are shaping the future of India's trade and talent.
Good morning, everyone. We, Team Synergia, the HR Club of IIFT Delhi, welcome you to the National HR Summit 2025.
At Synergia, we believe that human resources are not just about managing people, they're about mobilizing talent and potential. Synergia envisions bringing industry and academia by forging strong ties with HR professionals and industry leaders, enriching student learning with real world insights, and building lasting connections within the HR ecosystem.
The world around us is in flux. Trade routes are being redrawn, alliances are shifting, and the meaning of globalization is being rewritten. Yet, amid this turbulence lies a once in a generation opportunity for India to emerge as a talent powerhouse of the world.
That is why this year's theme, driving India's transformation through global turbulence, could not be more timely. And within it, our sub-theme captures the heartbeat of that transformation. That is, talent for friendshoring, building India's export-ready workforce.
Friendshoring is a global trade strategy where countries and companies choose to move their supply chains and business operations to trusted partner nations, those with shared values, stable governance, and reliable alliances. But beyond being an economic realignment, friendshoring is deeply a people strategy. Welcome once again to the National HR Summit 2025, powered by Team Synergia, where ideas meet impact and talent drive transformation. Now, I would like to call upon Anish and Yash to introduce the guests.
Our first panelist is someone who truly understands what it takes to build the future one hire at a time. We are honored to welcome Mrs. Shreya Kothari, Talent Acquisition Leader at Amazon India, one of the most influential hiring strategists in the country. With a remarkable track record in identifying, developing, and retaining exceptional talent, she has been at the forefront of scaling high-performing teams in dynamic and fast-moving organizations. Her experience in aligning global hiring strategies with business vision by nurturing talent pipelines for long-term leadership makes her a true authority in this space. Her insight into building agile, inclusive, and future-ready workforces will be invaluable as we explore how India can shape its export-ready talent for the world.
Next, we will welcome Mr. Rahul Agarwal, Director at Mastercard. Next, we welcome Mr. Rahul Agarwal, Director at Mastercard, a leader who has consistently driven transformation and at the intersection of financial technology, digital innovation, and talent strategy. With an illustrious career across global markets, he has been instrumental in building agile, inclusive, and high-performing teams that operate at a scale. With his experience in aligning business goals with future-focused talent practices reflects how organizations can think globally while staying deeply human at their core. We are honored to have him with us today as we explore how India can navigate trade transformation and prepare its workforce for the world. Our, our final panelist brings a rare combination of deep industry expertise, strategic leadership, and policy influence to today's discussion. We are honored to welcome Ms. Garima Jain, board member at the Agriculture Skill Council of India and former senior leader at LDC and Cargill, two of the most respected global names in agri-trade. With an exceptional career leading multi-million metric ton grain and oilseed supply chains, she has managed international trade, risk regulation, and market strategy with remarkable precision. Beyond driving business growth, she has built and nurtured high-performing teams and future leaders across geographies. Her experience across trading floors, global supply chains, and skill development makes her a true visionary in bridging talent trade and transformation. Her insights will add tremendous value to today's conversation.
So now we would like to bring a very special moment. So every year, Synergia translates thought into print, and this year we are going to step further. It gives us immense pleasure to unveil Month 2025, the annual HR magazine of IIFT Delhi. True to its name, Manthan, meaning churning of ideas, this magazine is a reflection of intellectual energy that fuels our growth. From thought-provoking articles on workforce transformation to insights on the evolving global HR landscape, every page captures the essence of talent, trade, and transformation. We are overwhelmed by the responses from several schools across the country, and with that, we choose the top 6 articles that are featured in the magazine. The submissions poured in with creativity, curiosity, and conviction. After the rigorous process, we curated some of the powerful pieces that mirror the spirit of this year's theme, Talent for Friendshoring. The magazine covers several aspects, from what the club does, what the events and activities look like, and articles for faculties and the students who won this year's competition. We like to call the team on the stage, and we like to unveil the magazine. I also like to introduce this.
And now it's time for one of the most exciting segments of the National HR Summit, the Salary Negotiation Challenge. This challenge brings to life one of the most critical real world HR scenarios, negotiating salaries while balancing expectations, value, and business realities. It's where strategy meets psychology and communication meets confidence. Our finalists today will step into the shoes of both HR professionals and employers, navigating tough discussions to strike that perfect win-win deal. This round will test their negotiation tactics, business acumen, and ability to think on their feet, all in front of our esteemed industry panel.
Here's how the round will proceed. We have our top 5 teams from the first round in the finale. In the team of two, one will be taking the role of hiring HR, and the other will be of the employee. Each team will be handled a background sheet for a few minutes before their turn. This sheet will outline their respective goals, expectations, and constraints, helping them prepare for their argument and strategy. Once the preparation time is over, the team will engage in 7 minute negotiation round where they will present their cases, discuss terms, and aim to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. A buzzer sound will sound when 1 minute remains, and again at the end of the 7 minutes or 7 minutes mark to indicate the conclusion of the round. After all the fightings have completed their negotiation, our esteemed panel of judges will share their valuable insights and judge on various parameters on what makes an effective negotiation in real world conference setting. Towards the end of the summit, they will also announce the winners, with the top three teams taking home some exciting prizes and certificates.
So let's dive right into the challenge and see which team can strike the best deal on the table. To begin the final round of the salary negotiation challenge, I'd like to invite our first team, Team Payday, Arya Mishra and Maulik Nanda, to the stage. Before that, I'd like to request the judges. Team Payday, you can come on the stage now.
Hello. Yes.
Your time begins now.
Good morning, Arya. How are you doing? Good morning, Neha. I'm doing fantastic. Tell me, what can I do for you today? So, I wanted to quickly review on my current compensation package. Over the last 6 years, my contribution to the organization is significant, but still I feel undervalued on the marks of my current package, plus on the external, what is the market benchmark. Well, Neha, I appreciate the time you took to talk to me about this, and I look forward to a constructive conversation. But tell me more about what you're feeling. Where do you think you're undervalued? Walk me through it. What is your thought process right now? So, for the compensation package, starting with the fixed salary, what I feel with the external benchmarks, I am still offered a 50% hike with the external benchmark, but my current package still lag very behind. So, what I think the current package should be is around 45 lakhs per annum, but this makes me very undervalued to the organization. I value the loyalty part, but our employee is valued by his organization so that they are also motivated to make it to the best productivity. Well, Neha, as you rightly said, we do value your loyalty to the organization, and you have been a crucial player to my team as well. But as per the market rates, I would tell you that a senior marketing manager typically earns anywhere between 26 to 28 lakhs. However, I have seen your exceptional performance personally, and under your new role, you would be directly reporting to me. So I'd be willing to give you 28 lakhs plus some perks as well. How does that sound? So for the 28 lakhs, for the same role externally, it's around 35 lakhs. But to the loyalty part, I still see that I build up a huge reputation, and for the creativity and reliability I bring to this organization. And the 28 lakh is still very undervalued. And for an organization, human assets are the most crucial assets, and the talent pool it holds will determine the organization's success. So I still don't feel that 28 lakhs will be very justice to my current role and the leadership role I'm going to into. Well, Neha, let me quickly confide in you, and I'm just telling that to you. But you know, we have a DHRP filing coming in 6 months, and maybe a new CFO coming in. So you know, my hands are tied down. But I hear you. You have some valid points, and I completely understand your point of view. So how about we convert some of your ESOPs into immediate compensation to increase your in-hand pay right now? But I really cannot promise we could have a rescheduling and a revisit once we launch an IPO, and I promise I will monitor your work and mentor you personally during the 6 months as the VP of marketing, and maybe we can talk about appropriate compensation then. But how does 30 lakhs sound right now with a personalized mentorship and leadership track for you? For the 30 lakhs, it's an okay, but apart that the fixed part, we can also move on the for other perks as well. So that as we are moving for the IPO, I can get the share in the pre-IPO, so that that is also some part of the organization profit I'm getting into. And you may stabilize my salary after the launch of IPO, after 2 3 months of IPO launching. But that's not whole point. But the variable part for the rule clarity as well. So as I am moving into new rules, so can you give me the clear key KPIs and the timeline for my next promotion, as the next promotion will be the assistant general manager. So that will also increase the salary package and make you more feel better. So Neha, let me clarify your role first. You would be directly to me, the VP of marketing. You would be managing multiple marketing managers and overseeing product KPIs and returns, as opposed to your previous role where you were working on individual campaigns. And coming on to the additional perks, Neha, we need to rest assured we consider you a part of a family here. Your medical expenses and your travel expenses at night, everything is covered. You do not need to worry about that. I just want you to be at ease and be comfortable, be open with me, share me all your dilemmas. So, if you can tell me more about how you're feeling about the salary. So, what I feel, I want to raise 3 points. The salary range I feel should be idle with the organization perspective, as they are launching the IPO, will be around 33 lakhs or 34 lakhs. Apart that, the second point will be the hybrid role, so that we can also I can also get the work life balance with offline and online workspace. But that there can be a variable part for the education purposes, so that I need not to pay for my fixed salary. That won't be a fixed expense for the organization, but a variable part. Got it. So for the work-life balance, I understand I can offer you 4 days in office and 2 days work from home anytime you want. We can also plan a sabbatical, maybe a few months after the IPO. That would be a paid sabbatical for you. You have been high performing a lot. But as for the package, I'm really sorry, my hands are tied down here. I hope you stay with me here. I can offer you 31 lakhs and some additional ESOPs contingent on the IPO, obviously. How does that sound to you? Okay, so 31 lakhs sounds very great. Apart that, we can also go for after IPO, we can get the retention bonus, so that over the last 6 years I'm staying with this organization, so that my loyalty is also valued, and I'm also motivated to work in this organization, not going to be hired externally. Sure, we'll make a retention bonus. In fact, we'll modify it into a performance impact bonus as well. Is there anything else you want to talk to me? Take off your mind. Thank you, Arya. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Payday. Next, let's invite our Team Gara Electronics, Vishesh Vadera and Jatin Yadav.
Good evening, Neha. Good morning, Neha. So you want to discuss about your promotion. So what was that you were trying to discuss with me?
Good morning, Nikhil. I just want to express my gratitude first of all about my journey in the company, and I just want to discuss my alignment with the role which I have and what's the way forward, and also the compensation structure which you have in mind for me moving forward.
As we are giving you a promotion, and with that, we are providing you with a 28 lakh standard pay, and also as there will be more decision making power to you, through which you can make more impact. And what other than that you want to discuss?
Uh, actually, I'd like to point out some of my mentorship under which some of the interns have grown and the impact that it has made to the business. We have improved our sales by 25% in the last year, and for those reasons, I believe I wanted more strategic decision making skills uh, to be developed in the interns as well. For that reasons, I wanted to know how can I get to the AGM role in the next 2 years? Like, what is the timeline which you have in mind for the same?
I love how ambitious you are, and like for you, like us, you have got a promotion recently, so we are giving more time to like have more exposure, so that you can impact, you have greater impact. And for the AGM role, we are planning for 1.5 years, so that you can have more exposure, with, you can have a better role after that. So is it okay with you?
So I'd like to point out that as we are going to launch an IPO in the coming 3 months, uh, I would like to pitch that I should be considered for around 1% of equity as the ESOPs options in my compensation. So, what do you have in mind for?
As you discussed, like we are going for an IPO, so there are budget constraints and also the kind of budget constraints which we are having. So I think it's not possible right now, but we can discuss it in a later part of our discussion, like after some time when we have our IPO launch. Like for now, like we are just considering your promotion and the fixed pay which are, it will be better for now, like because of the other constraints we have.
So, I'd like to be transparent here. Actually, I have received an offer from one of the competitors, and it seems lucrative to me. But as I want to be loyal to this company, and I've had a great time here under your mentorship, and I want to make a large scale impact. And as we are going to go for an IPO, I know that we can go even bigger. So I want to maintain my position here and make an impact. So yeah, considering the another offer I have, I wanted that if these options can be accelerated.
So as you, it's very good that you got another offer. But I think as you have grown with us and we have grown together, and also like we are going to an IPO, so there are more leadership roles which will be coming in the future, and there will be more clarity, like more growth in our organization. So for that, like considering your efforts and the impact you have given in this company, so we are considering to for your standard package to be 30, and we may also consider the ESOP request which you have provided before that before it. So this can these two conditions can be considered for now.
Uh, any strategies you have for maybe retention because I'm not satisfied with the compensation apart from the ESOPs. I'm happy with the ESOPs. But the compensation part, I believe, could be improved. Maybe a retention bonus can be considered.
I think yeah, we can discuss on that, like retention bonus, and we can link your more performance incentives. Like we can add 2 lakhs for that. Like it will be better for you, better for you also, and it will be better for organizations also, as we are going for an IPO. And there will be other constraints and even cultural constraints which we bind to, due to that we can't provide you more than that. So are you happy with the offer of 30 plus 2 like incentive, performance incentive, and also the issue of which we have discussed?
I'd like to know for how much time it will take to vest it.
So I think we can have it for 3 years basis because for other employees for previously we had 4 years of policy, but now we are discussing it for 3 years. It will be a faster wasting time, and us like we are aiming that we will grow and we are future optimistic about it. So we are aiming about it for 3 years.
I believe I am satisfied with the discussion here, and I'd like to stay here and continue my journey.
Yeah, so we have discussed like the 30%, 30 lakh standard, and also the 2 lakhs which will be performance incentives on the shops, and also the e-shops will be vested in 3 years of time. So is it done or anything else you want to discuss?
Some good with that.
Thank you. Moving on, please welcome Team 16 Preeti Ramaswamy and Satyasari.
Hello. Hey, hi Satya, how are you?
Hey Raman, I'm fine. So, how are you meeting today?
So actually, I wanted to talk about a pressing issue that I have, and I am meaning to talk to you about my salary compensation that I have right now. Considering the kind of contributions I have made to the firm and the kind of loyalty I've showed to the firm for the past 6 years, I think the pay that I'm receiving right now is way below the industry standards. And seeing my batchmates and the other colleagues receive a higher package, and even the competitors trying to poach me with the higher lucrative offers, it's been very difficult for me to maintain this position at this pay structure that I have right now.
So, see, I was anticipating such a thing because, see, I quite frankly agree that the contributions that you've made to the company have been nothing short of extraordinary. And I was myself thinking about giving you a hike and a promotion maybe from my own side. So the thing is that my CFO is literally killing me every day with requests of budget constraints. See, as you know, we are going to launch an IPO. That is something that is common knowledge in the company and also outside the company. And right now we are running on a budget constraint because we have to show that our expenses are on the lower side. I can give you a raise, but try to understand that the amount of raise, the amount that I would be able to increase the next year will be much more than what I can do right now. Because see, if I increase it by a lot, then I will be having more such conversations by the dozen by the end of this week, where I will have to give everybody something. So what exact number are you looking at right now?
So currently, according to what I've seen and what the benchmarks are, and according to the online platforms, I think that the minimum package that I should be expecting is somewhere around the ballpark of 37 lakhs as a fixed component.
37. That frankly is a lot. See, right now, as far as I remember, your current package stands at something around 25 LPA, right?
Yeah, but that hasn't been revised since a long time.
That I understand, but a straight up increase of around 50%, I believe, it's in the high 40s anyway. That would be unconventional by any measure. So 37 will be very difficult from my end. How about right now you're getting 25? I can give you 28 as fixed component, and outside of that, we can explore other opportunities.
37 is actually way too low. It's even below the band of employment I'm running in. Secondly, I think at least the least I can do is 35 LPA. And along with that, I also need a bit of a clarity about my roles in the company because I'm already receiving a lot of orders, a lot of offers from the competitors. And I won't lie, like it has been a great hike in terms of salary and the position that I've been offered. But it's just because of the loyalty that I want to stay in the company and because of my connections with the founders and the higher management.
See, I totally appreciate that, and I do agree that you have been one of the loyal employees of the company. But try to understand this. There are a lot. I was sitting with the CHRO last evening, and she was telling me that there are a lot of startups that are trying to poach our employees with VC money. But try to understand this. If you go to another company today, maybe you like the culture, maybe you don't. But even if you like the culture, what happens if that company gets acquired by someone else? Recently, Minimalist was acquired by HUL, and let's say the company values itself will definitely change after an M&A. So I was once in a place where you are right now, and I would give you this advice that changing companies right now when you have a promotion offer, which you will definitely get, is not something that you should go for. How about I give you 30 and a senior manager role that you are getting, senior marketing manager role?
30 is actually way below of what I expected to be my salary to be. But I think I can consider this, but not 30, but somewhere around 34 should be a good number, along with a few criteria that I have. And like, I think the senior management role and the senior manager role should be coming next year, which, as you already mentioned. Along with that, I think a few components of the ESOPs can also be put here and there so that I feel more valued because of the contributions that I made last quarter. It was almost, I contributed to almost around 25% increase in the revenues. So I think I should be getting more of the ESOPs components vested over any period of time that we want. But
So you're asking for 34 plus some ESOPs, right?
right.
See, ESOPs are something that I can give, but the locking period will be will be a bit higher than the standard. How about 33 plus ESOPs for the senior marketing manager position? That is the best that I can do right now.
All right. I think you're already matching the offers that I have, and looking at the connections we have built throughout the years, I think it's a great deal, and I think we can move forward with this.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Nice to talk to you.
Thank you, Team. We would like to invite the next team as well, that is Ria and Shubham Bhaksha.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for taking out time today to meet me. Firstly, I would be very grateful for all the opportunities, the beautiful 6 years that I had an opportunity to spend here. Started with an assistant management role and then climbing up to this journey wherein I took responsibility of major flagship program. Truly, I can't be more grateful to you. Thank you so much, sir.
You, we are very happy with the work that you are doing currently with us, and we are really looking forward to seeing you into major senior leadership roles. So yeah, congratulations on that. And what can I do for you today?
Sir, exactly that's what my agenda was today. Since you know that I've gotten the shortlisted for senior management role, but now that I believe that since I'm working in 6 years, I think that my position should actually reflect the kind of work that I will be doing. So I don't think that the current structure reflects my contributions plus the market standards. So just wanted to discuss on that.
So currently, you know that we are under budget constraint and we're looking for IPO as well. But we still try to maintain a very fair and deserved equity for all the employees that we have. But I would like to listen what you have in your mind.
I understand that there are some market constraints to your budget, but I got an opportunity to benchmark some mid-sized industries with similar FMCG range and that also are trying to launch their IPOs. And to be very honest with you, sir, the band lies between like 35 to 37 lakhs. Plus, they are also in their IPO releasing phase. So I think that's a good benchmark to at least raise my salary and reflect my contribution for the company.
What we feel that currently the pay structure is fairly very fair and even, and you know that the structure that we follow for senior marketing leadership is like 28 to 33, and even with that, we have like paying you fairly well. But since you have been very good employee with us, I can talk with the HR and we can come to 28 lakhs and we could see that how, you know, 29 lakhs to fair and how it goes.
Sir, I don't think 29 lakhs is what would suffice my contribution and the market standards. If not possible from your end to give an immediate salary hike, maybe we can explore some other options in order to bridge the gap. So I had few things in my mind like ESOPs plus, I mean, performance-based KPI, which actually gives me a sense of progression, and maybe we can keep it internal. So I'm completely fine with that. Plus, a transformation soon into an senior AGM role, maybe. I mean, if immediate salary hike is not there, at least I would want to explore these options.
Okay. So I want to reiterate that we are under the tight budget line. Our CFO is very strict here. They are very particular about maintaining the cost leadership and all this. The band that I already told you is fairly stretched, and we want to make sure that the kind of structure that we are following is equitable and fair for all of us. And we don't want everyone coming in and say that, yeah, she has got a promotion. We want to keep a perception of internal, parity. So, but still, seeing you, the valuable employee that you are to us, we can consider your request for the work high policy. We are already thinking about it to do that. And for ESOPs, currently, I think we have to wait on that. We are already having internal discussion on it. It's fairly complex things to have. But after the internal discussion, maybe we can think about how we can fulfill your expectation further. To talk about performance like Java, that is something that we can definitely do for you. So I think some kind of performance like intensive, we can have internal discussion with the finance team and definitely we can come up on that.
To be very honest with you, sir, I didn't reveal it earlier, but I have an opportunity to get a 40% a big salary in another company. So I truly, I mean, honor and appreciate the work culture that I have here, plus the freedom and creativity space that I get here. I want to stick here, that's why I'm here with team because I mean I want to be in the company and see myself grow on the career trajectory. So I mean, what best could you offer if you could please document it?
Okay, thank you so much for being transparent on it, and I really appreciate your honesty. Okay, so seeing how you have been with us, your experience, and how you were contributed, because we are very happy with your contribution so far, and see you as making your path to senior leadership. So let me ask you this: if we offer you 33 lakhs, which is fairly good compensation, plus hybrid work policy, also we can give you a performance link bonuses. I can make sure that it's somewhere 10 to 15%. I'll have to have internal discussion with team managers to finalize that. And as far as for ESOP, we still have to have internal discussion on it because thinking about IPO it is fairly complex. But for AGM role, I can't give you clarity right now because we have to see how things are. But yeah, I can include it into your next performance review.
That's a fair deal, sir. Thank you so much for considering it. I think for as of now, the milestones that you have laid down are fair enough, and that's why I think Glamour has always known because it invests in people. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Neha, and really looking forward for you to continue with us. Really appreciate you being here and all the best for your future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team SCAT. Now, we would like to invite Team OH46, Prodman and Ashwin Lal Thayar.
Neha, how are you doing? I'm very good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. So look, Neha, I'm not a fan of beating around the bush. I believe that this relationship has been there for a very long time, right? So I believe transparency and pure transparency is the only way to go ahead. Sure, sure. I really appreciate that you're having this meeting with me. I am very excited about the new senior marketing manager role, and I'm really looking forward to going ahead with it. But I would like to mention something. I have received a 40% pay hike from another competitor, and that puts me in a dilemma because I would like to stay with Promora, but the offer is very compelling for me to not give it a thought. 40 percentage hike, that is huge. But hey, to be very honest with you, we are not at all surprised as a team that several competitors are poaching you, right? Because your previous project, you mentioned that you had brought in a 25 percentage increment, and that again is huge. So I know that your contribution here is way more than numbers as well. It is also about the talent that you've managed, the several new people that you have mentored, the MTs, and your contribution to it is significant. But I have to be honest with you, with the new IPO coming up, the CFO bans have been very strict on us. So me myself, from coming from a perspective of tightness, I have to say that I don't have a lot of flexibility there. I totally understand that. So let's talk about my role first up. The new role is something I was looking forward to. So could you please give me some details about the strategic vision and the impact and ownership of my new role? I'm glad you brought up the role because that holds way more value than anything else, right? So the timeline and the vision that we have for you is something that elevates, that is way elevating than whatever you're doing right now. So we have a project coming up that is global visibility to the top leaders, and we would like you to lead it, not just be a part of it, but lead it and manage a team of yourself. Apart from that, I would also like to mention that you will be reporting directly to the global management team. How about that? That is great. That is something I would definitely look forward to. So, if I have the desired ownership, if I have the responsibilities, I feel like I would excel in the role. So, talking about some other add-ons that we can have with the company launching the IPO, I feel like having been a part of the company for so long, I do deserve some stake in the company. So, how about some ESOPs if that those can be offered? Sure. Could you give me 10 seconds for me to work it out? All right. So here's the deal. We are ready to provide you 10,000 ESOP units. So that would be around 0.05 percentage, which by the way is significant for any non-founding member, right? So that would, I believe, come out to be 50 lakhs over a vesting period of 4 years. That is a great offer. I do look forward to that. But again, my issue comes to my market value currently with the new pay structure being offered is around 35 lakhs. And my base pay is substantially lower than that. Can we work something around that? Like I initially mentioned, right, you are invaluable to us, and we do see a long-term relationship here. As I mentioned, my pockets are a little tight. The best I can do is 33 lakhs. But hey, again, your contribution and your presence here is invaluable. So how about I'm ready to offer you a one-time bonus for the first year of 3 lakhs. That would get your salary for the first year to 36 lakhs. And yeah, so how about that as far as the pay figures are concerned? I really appreciate how you worked around the bonus. So that is something I would like to move forward with. I do have a few personal constraints as well. Having worked in the company for so long, I would request if a hybrid work model can be offered because I do have some family commitments and I feel my productivity would increase with 3 days in office and 2 days at remote working, if that can be done. Right. So the hybrid way of functioning, right? That is something that we have also been discussing as a team. As the time goes by, I feel that is the only way to go forward. In fact, so rest assured, the hybrid model is for sure confirmed. In fact, I would also like to mention the last part of the deal from our end. If our sales exceed by a figure of 20% in the first 6 to 8 months, we would like to send you as a representative of our team to the global event that we will be managing next year. And finally, the cherry on the top, we have been in talks with the bank about providing an education loan with a very low interest rate to all of our employees. Does that sound good for you? Definitely, that is something I was gonna look forward to. So let's put this in writing, and I think I would like to move forward with this offer. I would love to accept your offer. All right, then let's call it a deal.
So thank you, team. And that concludes all the team negotiations for this year's salary negotiation challenge. A big round of applause for all of our participants. Thank you for taking on the most interesting and skill-based challenge. As you all know, that it's a very important skill that you need in the future. And we'll now move on to the other panel discussion for the hearing. We'll announce the winners later on towards the end of the event. Okay, so it's time for a panel discussion now, and where our distinguished speaker will dive deeper into today's theme, that is challenge for mentoring, building India's export-ready workforce. So, I would like to invite our panelists to involve in a discussion and steer the conversation towards uncovering practical insights, strategies, and real-world experiences, not only to align with our theme for today, but moreover for an exchange of ideas and different perspectives that could add richness and depth to the dialogue. We also encourage you to share reflections from our own journeys and experiences as they truly bring the theme to life and help us connect slowly with the pulse of the real world. So I'd like Mr. Ma'am to start the discussion.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And it's, as always, an absolute pleasure to be back to IIFT. As soon as I enter the campus, I'm reminded of my old days sitting there. Sometimes I used to wonder what's going to happen 10 or 15 years hence, and then I can tell you that time flies very quickly. So, waken up, bring that energy and enthusiasm. You guys are young, we are the youngest nation. Let's get our energies back and pleased to be here. So, how do you want the session to be? We start taking our views about the workforce. Okay. So, all right. I mean, I have now substantial experience, traveled across countries, worked in various organizations, and I can tell you that in the last 2000 years, India has dominated 15 years of history. And it is only in the last 500 years that we struggled a bit. Prior that, our GDP was one of the highest in the world. So today, our country is driven by the young population. It is a one of ambition, education, entrepreneurship, and to make a successful workforce, whilst we have the macro factors which are very supportive, I also think that good governance and institution is a part of it. So India is a very successful democracy. If you look around, we will see lots of revolutions happening in and around our country. Why is India still very robust and resilient? It's because that we have survived so many empires, so many civilizations, and we have the culture of risk taking, entrepreneurship. The global world looks at us. We have to get back our position, regain our position in the global world. What we need is a good governance, good policies, good laws. I think government has to play its part. Uh, People need good infrastructure and enabling asset. So that is the need of the hour. As far as the difference between various nations is concerned, it is true that natural resources play a very important role. What makes a difference is the people of any country. For example, Africa today has the best of the resources. But what makes a difference, which is inherent and evident from India, is the human talent that we have. And with that, that's my opening remarks. As we delve more into it, we will get into more factors into what kind of leadership qualities you ought to have to survive in the world.
Hi everyone, good morning. Nice to be here. Nice to be here. As Garima was saying, this takes us back to our MBA days, sitting on your side and expecting things and thinking how it would pan out for us. But just to get started, I've got a chance to work across multiple organizations in the financial space. And I've worked with stakeholders across the globe, traveled across a few countries. And I think from my experience, what I've gathered is when people think about India, they think about the talent pool that we have, right? One thing that really stands out is the talent pool. And if we have to achieve the past greatness that Garima was talking about, one thing that we need to focus on is how to groom and build the talent pool. And you are a very important part of all of that, irrespective of which company you go to work for, which sector you go to work for, or you start your own companies. Basically, how can you differentiate yourself and ensure that India does not just become a cost advantage nation, that labor is cheap here or cost effective here. It can also become about value addition, right? That is the key criteria. One of the recent trends in India is that a lot of GCCs are opening here, which is the Global Capability Center, right? So we have moved on from the days of the call centers, which in a way shows this shift, where we are going away from just labor cost to also value addition. And the GCCs are opening across different areas, across different sectors, right? So that is the opening remark I would want to give, that how can you build the talent pool, not just for the trade barriers coming up or anything coming up, but how can you build a perception about our nation at a macro level. And for that, what we will need for sure, how can we build at a micro level capability and value addition for each of the sectors, whether it is a big company and SME. So that is the key component in my head of how we can build a developed nation in a few years' time.
Thanks, Rahul. Hi, good morning, everyone. I really appreciate being here, and it's a pleasure First of all, I'm very glad to see all of you. You're looking really dapper in all the suits, and I know this is a morning session, so I hope you had a strong cup of tea or coffee to support this. But a quick introduction of myself. My name is Shreya. I am a talent acquisition leader in Amazon India, and I have around 15 years of work experience, pre-MBA and post-MBA. I have worked with organizations like Wipro, Godrej, DuPont, where I was leading talent acquisition for South Asia, and right now in Amazon, uh, I'm leading TA for India. Now, the peculiar thing about India is that we are a nation of billion plus people, and we have the demographics at our side. The workforce is young, and we have a very resilient workforce. With the advent of AI, which is coming in at a very huge pace, India stands at an advantage because the workforce uh, is very resilient, and we have built systems and processes for a billion people. For example, what distinguishes Amazon India versus the Amazon US? All the processes that we have built in Amazon India is for the services of a billion people. So the e-commerce platform that we have built, the payment platforms that we have built, the cloud computing is for so many thousands, crores, and millions of people, right? So this is the specific niche of talent in India. We bring a lot of ownership to the table. We bring large scale processes that can be scaled up, right? So how can we make a small idea big? So right now, if a lot of you might have this dream of becoming entrepreneurs, so the first thing that you think is, okay, I'll start off with this business, but how do I make it scalable, right? Uh, and how do I make it successful? So right now, India is becoming a hub of entrepreneurs. The next big place where all the startups will be there is in India, and hence that makes us a big differentiator of talent in the global economy. Thank you. Thanks for that question. I will quickly give an answer to that. So you're absolutely right. Earlier, when I had joined, when I had completed my MBA from XLRI, in we had a lot of KPOs that were coming in, right? KPOs and BPOs. India was known for outsourcing services specifically for KPOs, and a lot of thing used to happen here. Now the shift has started where we have started looking at the main functions like finance, IT, marketing, operations to be here in India, and the investments have uh, have also started coming in. The main reasons are two. First is the cost factor. The labor in India is cheaper, and when I say labor, the cost of hire that we see in India for a person in US or Europe, the organization will have to shell out 100,000 or $150,000. Here, the cost would be a lot lesser. That is a distinct advantage that has always remained one of the biggest advantage. Second is the kind of talent that we have. Again, I am over-indexing on the demographics here. We have a lot of talent, such as you, students who are graduating from engineering and the MBA campuses hold the key for the future. But I also bring a problem statement from my end, which I want to pose to all of you here in the audience. Although there are so many engineering campuses and so many MBA campuses, a lot of students are seen as unemployable. Okay, since there are thousands and thousands of engineers who are graduating and who are going without jobs, and now in the last 10 years, the MBA degree has also become like that, right? Where there are so many MBA graduates. So the key here is upskilling and reskilling. You cannot have a mindset that hey, I have graduated from XX degree and like I will be in the same function all the time. If you see the HR function also, the HR function has also changed a lot. Now with the advent of AI, what has happened right now in the organizations, and I talk about an anecdote in Amazon, the roles that we hire for right now, okay, will not be present after 2 years. Okay, so the roles will be taken over by AI. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to build AI natives or AI first employees. That means all employees will have to work with AI and not look at artificial intelligence as a threat. It is an enabler to the success. Okay, so we are encouraging employees to learn how to use AI tools, machine learning, and even if you are in a non-tech role, you should know how to leverage AI. For example, in recruitment right now, we are using artificial intelligence for screening, resume reviews, interviewing, first time interviewing, and uh, also negotiate. So that is going to be the future. So the human factor is very important as an employee. So the key takeaway is continuous upskilling. That
Absolutely. Thanks, Shreya. And let me wake up the audience a bit. My question to anybody here, whosoever wants to ask, what is the per capita income of India right now? I'm sure a lot of people know. Absolutely. What is the contribution of services in the Indian economy? Can't hear anyone. Around 60%. It's a bit less. Um, Let me then ask about what is Atmanirbhar Bharat, and anybody can answer. What is the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat, as in not the meaning but the context around it? What are some of the key steps that the government has taken to move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat? Absolutely, that's a great answer. Thank you for that. And so it brings us to a key question, that what will drive India's transformation, whether it is policies or mindset shift across industries. Before we get to the guests and their opinions, personally, I think that it's an amalgamation of all the three. We spoke about policies. India right now is not only going through an economic transformation, but it is a transformation in every way. So, social transformation, political transformation, financialization of the economy. And while we go through all these changes, Personally, I think that a combination of good governance, wherein institutions support with an enabling infrastructure, mindset of people, develop a culture of risk-taking, entrepreneurship, ambition, continuous learner. That mindset is going to change the circumstances around you. So I think it's a combination of all three. And then I will also like to ask opinion of Rahul around it. So Rahul, what do you think on this question?
Thanks, Garima. I agree with you. So it will be a combination of everything. But just to give more context, right? It will be a combination of the existing companies showing their capability and the trade policies or all the policies of the government can build on. And just to give an example, when I say the existing companies should show their capability, I can take the example of MasterCard. Whenever any foreign company sets up their office in India, the nature of work they start with is not that complex. They start with the easy stuff because they don't have trust in the capability of the talent pool in the country. So they start with the easy stuff, the high visibility stuff, the complex stuff. They don't give it right out when they set up the office. And over time, when they are able to see the capability, see the team deliver, the nature of work shifts from just the easy stuff to more moderate stuff to complex stuff. Right? That is an evolution that every company goes through. And I've seen American Express go through it in India. I've seen MasterCard go through it in India. So that is the first aspect of the existing company showing their capability. The second aspect, what this supports, is the career progression of people. Because naturally, the kind of career progression that you can see or how fast the career progression will happen is dependent on the kind of work you do, the kind of results you drive, which we also saw in the negotiation competition. Some of the participants wanted a higher salary based on the metrics that they have achieved, right? So, first, the second point is closely linked to the first point, where once we have seen that transition in the nature of work, we have seen more and more senior leaders evolve from India in different companies. And these senior leaders are not just working on the India operations, they are also involved in the global operations of companies, right? The third aspect here is the perception of the senior executives of the company sitting outside India about India. And in the last few years, you would have seen a drastic shift in that. You can pick up the quarterly analyst call transcripts of any company, and you can see the number of times India is mentioned in those. Right, the top companies, the mid-sized companies, the small-sized companies, everyone is interested in India. Right from Apple, Microsoft, Meta, to the smaller companies, to the mid-sized companies, and not just in US but in Europe and other regions also. Right, so these 3 points are linked together. And then the trade policies of the government can build on this. How can we showcase this capability better, which has already been established? And how can we encourage new companies to be set up in India? How can we encourage new foreign companies to set up shop in India? And one clear example there is Tamil Nadu, I feel, because every week when I read the newspapers, there is some or the other company starting their operations there in terms of manufacturing, which supports the economy a lot, supports the jobs a lot. So that, in a nutshell, I would say is the key points in my head at least.
Thanks, Rahul. Global disruptions, I'm sure you all are following the way the global stage is being reset. There are everyday news and tweets about tariffs, about changing trade flows, about changing economies and the impact around it. So leadership and HR, how does it contribute to navigate global disruption is something that we all think about. I think the difference between a good and a great organization is the culture that they build, how they take care of the employees, what is the growth mindset, how everybody moves together along with navigating the challenges that the companies and the organizations face. And I would pose this question to Shreya. What is your opinion on this?
A very good question. Thanks, Garima. I strongly believe that the culture is the bedrock of the organization. Now, I have worked in four different organizations, and to all the people in the audience, you will be surprised to know that each of these organizations have their distinct values. Since I'm part of the HR team through and through, I know the value systems of these organizations. Like Wipro has three core values of act with integrity, work with the customers, and like act like an owner. DuPont had three capabilities which we call map capabilities. Godrej had their own value system, and Amazon works on 16 leadership principles, which is bias for action, customer obsession, learn and curious, etc. So, for each of the organizations, the start, the foundation is the values and the core culture that the organization strives to be to set, and then percolate to each and every employee, because the aim is for an organization to be successful, but to be ethical, fair, and transparent. An employee will not feel psychologically safe. An employee will not be successful if they don't see the consistency of values and culture in the organization. And each of these organizations have tried a lot by walking the talk. Each of the leaders and the HR, the managers are the custodians of the culture of the organization, and hence it really plays a very critical role.
Thanks, Shreya. Friends, it is often said that a group of wolves led by a lion will always win over a group of lions led by a wolf. So, leadership versus manager. Always strive to become a leader, not try to manage others' work or manage people. Remember this distinction, it will take you a long way. And I will also seek opinion from Rahul and Shreya. There is what is one skill that you would advise to the students here to become more than managers, to become more than what your potential is, and therefore to become a leader.
Yeah, thanks, Garima. So I think very valid point, right? Because managing a team is a different skill altogether, right? When you join companies after your MBA, you will be working mostly as individual contributors, where you will be expected to drive results. But after a few years, you'll be managing teams, and it is a very different skill set. Trust me, I've seen people excel at it. I've seen people fail at it. But the major aspect of it is to understand that you're managing people's career. It is the communication you should have with your team should not be a top-down communication that I'm the boss, I'm asking you to do this, you should do this, right? That never lands well. It is more about how can you empathize with them, understand what are their strengths, opportunity areas, and give them opportunities to work on those areas, right? So uh, you allocate work accordingly depending on what their strengths and opportunity areas are, and then provide them the right visibility and the kind of work. Kind of linking back to my earlier 3 points, you have to see where a person falls in terms of the nature of work they can pick up, what is the stage of career progression they are in. And the second aspect I would say is given the environment we are in, which is very uncertain, it is the point to focus on is how can they be agile? How can there be operational agility not only in your team but in the organization as such? Because if you time to execution or time to market, I would say, because once you get into a company and try to execute anything, you realize what a big challenge it is just to execute simple things, right? So I think most companies would have to focus on this important point of how they can make themselves more agile in terms of both upskilling their workforce as well as how can they improve the execution or improve the time to market better?
Upskilling and agility. Thanks, Rahul, for bringing that out. And Shreya.
Thanks very much. I'm glad you asked this question. I have a ready answer for this because it is just a coincidence, but the values that I spoke about in Amazon, we call it leadership principles, and we use the leadership principles to assess all the candidates in our interviews also. So even if we are interviewing someone at an entry level professional, they have to act like a leader. Okay. And that is the skill that we require at all the levels. Okay. And I am a team leader. I have a very large team under me. I keep on telling my team members who might be just 2 or 3 years of experience that you are a leader in yourself. If you are an order taker, you will not be successful, right? So my recommendation and tip for this group here is that because you are a different league, you are an MBA professional, you don't wait for people to tell you what to do when you join organizations, otherwise you will fail miserably. You have to find your own way. You will be thrown in ambiguous situations where you will not know how to run a project, okay? And your manager will not be the guide for you. You will have to find a way. So you have to know how to work in the ambiguity, build those powerful networks within the organization, talk to people proactively, approach people, and continuously come out of your comfort zone. Because if you think that, hey, I will work with only 2 of my team members and my manager, she will not become successful. And that is the thing that I keep on reiterating to my team also at different levels, that show bias for action, show customer obsession, and go the extra mile. Don't ask questions, come up with solutions. So that's the tip on how to act like a leader for each and every person at any stage of your career.
So walk the mile and don't wait for people's orders or expectations. Build your own path. Thanks, Shreya, for that. Friend shoring. It's a defining term in today's global supply chain. Where does India stand? India today is the third largest economy already, fourth or third? Fourth largest economy, poised to be the third very soon, supported by its macro factors. And I feel that we have everything. The thing that is going to support us in this global supply chain is, I mean, Trump or no Trump does not matter. India today is possessed with key qualities like English speaking people. People learn here, the workforce here knows multiple languages. We are very adaptable, we are very ambitious. Most importantly, we are driven by certain moral values. And it is time that we imbibe those morals once again. Our culture has been hit over the last 500 years. Our culture was looted, not only in terms of wealth, but the entire religious sentiment that we had, entire culture that we had, and the spirit of entrepreneurship that we had. We need to get all these qualities back and ensure that India is able to regain its position in the global world. I will seek opinion from my friends on the stage here. Over to Rahul and Shreya. What do you think? Where does India stand in this realignment, and what makes it a preferred partner?
Thanks, Dharma. Very relevant point. So I think friend shoring is the future for now, at least. It is very difficult for someone like me to, understand what is going on, where every country is up in arms against each other. Because when I was on your side, when I was doing MBA or passing out of MBA, globalization was the thought that you can work anywhere, you can sell your product anywhere, you can do anything. But as of now, the uncertainty that is there in the world, friend shoring or basically increasing your engagement with countries that are friendly to you, increasing the supply chain or demand or export, import, whatever, increasing the engagement with countries that are friendly to you is the key thing to do. But that in itself is changing a lot, right? So countries that were friends earlier, or at least had alliances earlier, are changing. Let's take the example of India-US, right? We never really expected it to go the way it has gone in the past few months. Similarly, for US and China, they keep going to the other extremes. I don't know if you have seen the news today morning, but Trump again has imposed tariffs on China, right? So it is a very flexible or fluid environment where you can do friendshoring, but the countries you tag as friendly can also change in a short span of time, right? So what do we do in that scenario? What can be done is basically make ourselves as efficient and globally competitive as we can, right? You can we can say as many things about US and China, but one thing we all will agree is all the innovation that happens in the world happens in the US. Whether it is artificial intelligence right now, or in the past, the social media, or whatever you can think of. And when it comes to manufacturing or production, China is leaps and bounds above any other country, right? So what we need to focus on, and what every country needs to focus on in this friendshoring environment, is how can we make our companies, our industries efficient and globally competitive. And the government is doing its bit, I feel. One of the key things that has worked is the product-linked incentives, especially in the smartphones industry, where the exports have gone through the roof. But it is also true that it has not worked in other industries, right? So we'll try things, it will work in some areas, it will not work in some areas, but the broad idea or the broad thought everyone should work towards, whether it is big companies, small or mid-size, is how they can differentiate themselves in terms of either the operational capacity, that they have a cost advantage, or they have a brand like Apple which sells a lot across countries, or there is a supply chain advantage, any advantage, but there should be an advantage that is not easy to replicate. Because even in this environment where US or some other country imposed tariffs on country B, let's say country A imposed tariffs on country B, the capacity of country B to retaliate depended a lot on whether they had that competitive advantage in any one of the areas or not, right? So that is what I would say. Those are the key points in my head. I agree that India is in a sweet spot, as Garima was saying, but we have a lot of work to do in terms of making ourselves efficient in a lot of industries. And also, as I said before, in terms of the pool of talent that we have, how can we make the talent more mature, more industry ready, and more ready for senior executive roles for global corporations?
Thanks, Rahul. All good points. Just one point to build on yours, because you have covered the whole ground here. I think government plays a very critical role in friendshoring. I think it's a very interesting topic right now. It is counterintuitive to the climate and the news, but all of you would have seen the video where Trump had invited all the tech leaders, and all the tech CEOs were saying thank you to him 10 million times in that video. But that's where government plays a very important role. Even with the current government of India, they are also trying a lot to bridge the gaps and make business and economy first. So that's one thing. The second thing is on industry academia partnership. So from an HR angle, I think there is a lot that we can do, where we can partner with the top universities, influence the curriculum of uh, uh, the, uh, the the universities to make it more relevant to the current climate. I think a lot of times that is not happening. In Amazon right now, we are trying to do that. We are hiring a lot of our Europe hiring is coming to India. So we are trying to influence the curriculum of JNU and BU to add courses which empowers students certain flavors of account management, line management, and e-commerce, which will make the workforce ready for the roles that are present globally. So two things in summary. One is the government partnership, which is very important, and the second is the industry academia partnership, which will define how relevant the courses are to the global climate.
So, Garima ma'am, I had a question for you. So, you worked at Cargill, you worked at LDC, and now also at so you have seen India's global aviation world. But one specific sector that I had a question on is agriculture. So, agriculture remains one of the most globally exposed sector. It is impacted by climate, geopolitics, and also currency movements. How do you think India can strengthen its agri-trade systems to stay competitive amid such global turbulence?
Wonderful question. You all must be witnessing change around you. We have evolved from a system which was driven by rations. Our parents used to talk about ration card. We have moved from there to becoming a country, people that now ask for food of their own choice. So far, government had a lot of intervention and they would drive the consumption patterns with the growing economy. Any country that prospers, food is the first thing that a common man will ask, and therefore, food of choice is becoming very common today. From here on, we have to drive from food or self sufficiency to being a nutrition sufficient country, which means our, our per capita intake on protein is one of the lowest around. We are 47 grams per person per day protein consumption today. If we compare US and China are already at 125 to 145 grams. So on the charts, we are very low today. What is going to drive the change in agriculture? And I'm sure you're seeing the changes around you also. Urbanization is happening at a rapid pace. India has a 30% of urbanization score. So which means that a lot of people from the villages wants to move to the cities. But what do they do here? They want to leave farming, but they don't have the skills to do a job, a proper job or a formal job in the urban cities. So number one, what is needed a lot is upskilling. And I am at the board of Agricultural Skill Council of India, which drives the upskilling of the youth population, the women farmers, the farmers. If you bring changes in the farming community, you uplift the entire community. So that's number one. Number two is technology in agriculture. Everybody is talking a lot about AI. I can tell you that technology in agriculture is the next transformation. Today, we struggle to define what is the production of a certain commodity in our country because we don't know. Our fields are not geotagged. So we need this technology to be there in agriculture. Number three is how are we positioned? We are positioned fantastically. Our farmers have driven several revolutions. Our country has seen green revolution, yellow revolution, milk revolution, which is the white revolution. So rainbow of revolutions. We as a country have been food self-sufficient. Our farmers have been able to support us. They have done a fantastic job. Today we have the food to eat. Folks, in 1960s, every month, India would wait for a ship of wheat to come from the US to India to feed its population. India was known as the begging bowl in the world. And Indira Gandhi had said that since wherever she would go, she said that we are from here on, we want to move from being the begging bowl to food self-sufficient. And today, as we stand, we are self-sufficient in food. We have ample food to eat. We have seen problems like COVID, and we have also been very resilient during those times. So that's the third change that we have to be very resilient, bring all those changes, be very aggressive, and have the drive back. And I think that these changes, we are going to regain our positions in the global trade and the global world.
I had a question for Rahul sir. What do you think that organizations like Mastercard, what can they do? Like, how can they collaborate with institutions like IIFTs and IIMs to develop expert-ready talent, digital talent which we can have.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Great point. So I think Shreya talked about it a bit in the initial part of the discussion, but that is the way forward, I would say, in terms of public-private partnership. Because whenever we go to hire talent, there are always some gaps that can be filled. So working with institutes like IIFT and other institutes at both at an MBA level, postgraduate and graduate level, we can design specific courses. Like way back in the day when I was a student, there were no courses specifically for analytics, right? Right now, we see a lot of courses focused on analytics at a postgraduate level and at an undergraduate level. That is because of the demand, right? When I talk about Master and American Express specifically, one of the key skills that has come around is for analytics and cybersecurity. So both these skill sets, both these areas are where we see a lot of demand. And for both these areas, I think there is scope in terms of working together with the educational institution, whether it is MBA, undergraduate, graduate, whatever, to design specific courses or maybe enable internships so that they not only learn the theory part of it, but they also do the practical part of it and then can apply that on the job. And we have actually been collaborating with a few institutes where we go for internship hiring. Some of them have an internship of 2 months, some of them for 6 months, just to give them a sense of how it works in the company. And based on their experience, then they can apply it when they join full time. So those are the points I would say.
So I have a question for Sharma. And I wanted to ask, Amazon scale is global, but the workforce in India brings a distinct energy, and we also have, such a big office in India and Hyderabad. So I wanted to ask, what do you think makes the Indian talent stand out in the global environment, and what are the things they can improve on so we can further improve in this aspect with more and more GCCs coming in India, setting the main office in India, and making India as the first base. So what do you think makes us distinct, and how this part can improve?
Thanks for the question. So, I will provide a short answer to it. So, I think I've spoken about it at the start of the panel discussion also. And in Amazon in India, we have created a lot of scalable solutions which are for a very large population, which we are not doing elsewhere in the world. A, a lot of my leadership meetings, my US counterpart or Europe counterpart always ask me this question that how are you driving this? Because India always tops the chart in all the companies, like of the KPIs, uh, like customer satisfaction or the profits that we are seeing. I think the bedrock of it is the talent that we hire. There is this word called jugaad mentality, which is there in India. I think with the new workforce that has come in, it is a twist of jugaad with like digital twist. So I will rephrase it to be relentlessly resilient. Okay, so Indians are relentlessly resilient because with few resources they try to create solutions. And I think that is a distinct advantage we have. We generally, Garima also mentioned that we did not historically have a lot of resources in the last 50 to 80 years. Still, we have created our own solutions as compared to the developed nations. So that of being relentlessly resilient is one of the things. The second thing is our work ethic. I think the Indian workforce has the best work ethic which is there globally, and that is a distinct advantage that really puts us in the front foot globally. So if we over-index on these two things, we have been successful in India, and we will continue to be successful globally as well.
So we'd like to ask the batch if they have any questions. So we'd like to invite that.
Just to understand your first point, you're saying lower pay to employees in India as compared to, let's say, outside India. Okay, got it. Yeah. So I think when it comes to evolution of any stages, there might be an inequality or perceived inequality in the compensation is because of the nature of work, right? Because when, as I said before, when they start in they want to test out the capability, the ability of the tool here, and then go accordingly. So when that nature of work evolves from the initial stages to moderate and advanced, you will also see that the compensation levels advance. And as of now in the industry, at least I am not aware of there being a difference in terms of compensation in India compared to people outside India for the same role, similar level. So that difference is not there, I would say. There is some customized difference across countries, like US has a different kind of compensation, UK different, Australia, AMD different, and India different. That also depends on where the business is coming from, right? So countries or markets that are revenue drivers, there you will see a slightly more optimized sense in terms of the rewards and compensation and other things as compared to countries that are not at the front end of the driving path, right? I forgot your second point, sorry. Yeah, got it. Yeah. So so that is the whole idea. The whole uncertainty in the world today is because any country does not want the other country to grow, right? That is a bit more explicit now. It will always remain implicit. No country would want a second country to outgrow them, right? In it, some years ago it was more implicit. Right now it is absolutely explicit, right? Trump has brought on that era that it is absolutely explicit. But even in those scenarios, right, you have to work your way through. There will always be challenges. There will always be that challenge, right? But we have to figure out ways internally how we can counterbalance that challenge. Like one example I can give you is the tech ecosystem that we have, the fintech ecosystem that we have when it comes to UPI or any other tech platform that is far superior to any other country, right? So that can actually reduce costs for a small business. And a very simple example is if in the US it takes around 2 or 3 days for someone to get a loan or a finance, in India it can be reduced to 1 day, right? So that can lead to some cost advantage, some capital advantage. So we have to figure out ways which are under our control, which are not under the influence of a third country, so that we can build on those and build a competitive advantage on those lines.
Just adding the last point to what you raised, and since 1990s, we all have seen a world of globalization and a world of cooperation. Now the world is going back to competition. So from cooperation to competition, I think it is very good for India. It is going to bring the best out of all of us. It is redefining moment on how we are able to create value and make space for ourselves.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and we have to have a round of applause for that.
last part of the session where we have a keynote address by our distinguished panelists and who bring with them a wealth of experience and industry perspective. So we'd like to start with Ms. Virnojan, who's a board member at Agricultural Skill Council of India and a former LGCN Council leader. So ma'am, we now invite you to share your keynote session and your invaluable experiences on the topic.
So thank you once again for having me here. It's always a pleasure, as I said, to be back at the campus. It re-energizes me, and I would finish the session with a story. Okay? So there's a father who has two sons, and to one son he's always giving, who's a pessimist, okay, and he's always giving very good gifts to the son, like a good bike or a good toy. And the pessimist son is always worried, thinking, what if this bike will break? Or what if this toy will go? And he is always worried, never able to get the best. The other son, however, is an optimist. The father gives him a manure on his birthday. And the optimist thinks, the son thinks that there must be a pony nearby, which is why the manure is here. And let me go find that pony and ride the pony and have a wonderful ride. So decide for yourself which camp you are in, whether you are an optimist or a pessimist. And remember the two C's that are going to define you: circumstances and choices. Since you all are sitting here, I am assuming that your circumstances have been extremely well. You are in the top 1% of the country's population. However, what is going to define you from here is the choice that you make. The choice to become a leader, the choice to do what is morally right. There will be lots of options you will have as you go ahead, but choose or have the guts to choose what is morally right. And trust me, even though in the short term things may not work out, but in the long term it always works in your favor. And just 2 days back, I was listening to a video. This one is from Roger Federer, and people are saying that you're very gifted and talented. And spoke about being, he spoke about gift and grit. So you may have the best of the talents in yourself, the best of the gifts from God. But again, what differentiates you is how you move ahead with a lot of grit and determination, face the challenges of the world like a true leader, make good choices, learn how to create value, think what different you're going to do. And I can tell you that the future is very bright. Become that differentiator, and the world will be with you. So, in conclusion, once again, I wish you all the very best. We had some wonderful contests here. To all the participants, it was a great effort of what you have done. I really enjoyed being here, listening to your conversations, the questions, and by your presence, and grateful for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guru, for such enlightening work. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Agarwal, Director, Mastercard, to share your valuable insights.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we talked about a lot of points today about uncertainty, trade barriers, and everything, but I don't want that to be the key thing you take away. I think it's a very exciting time to start your career in India because there are so many opportunities. So many limitless opportunities are going to come in the next few years that you need to prepare yourself for. And just one thing that you can work on, and the change that I see is basically up until a few years ago, data was in abundance. Insights on the data and intelligence was where the premium was. But now with the whole artificial intelligence apps coming in, chat, GPT, perplexity and everything, intelligence is also not at that much a premium, right? You can feed the data, get the intelligence insights and everything. It is more about, can you ask the right questions or can you think on the right line of thought? Because once you do that, you have the apps to get the insights and the intelligence. So I would say focus on that aspect, and that in itself is not that easy. For that, you need to continuously learn, continuously read, and know the context, right? So spend some time on that. Definitely, don't rely a lot on ChatGPT and the other apps. They can be a supporting function. They can't be the leading function. I don't know if you guys have read the news recently, but Deloitte had given this report to a government agency in Australia, I think, and they use ChatGPT a lot in it, and now they have to pay a fine to the government because the government was able to figure out that it was not their original thought they had put in the report. It was ChatGPT or some AI app related information they had put in, right? So it will always be a supporting function. Think of how you can gain more skills, gain more knowledge, so that you're able to ask the right set of questions. And the other thing is there might be a shift from knowledge-based hiring to a skill-based hiring. So in the future, when you join your companies, when you start doing your job, don't think that you can't learn anything more. Gaining and adding more and more skills will only help you in the future, right? So those are the two things I wanted to call out. But it has been amazing being here, having this discussion, and especially the competition that we had before. I wish I had half the skills of salary negotiation, the way the students were negotiating. I would have had a very different number than I have at present, right? So, thank you so much for taking the time, and wish you guys all the best.
Thank you so much for that. And now we are delighted to welcome Ms. Shreya Kothari, who is a talent acquisition leader at Amazon India. Ma'am also asked to deliver a short presentation that she has made for you guys. So, ma'am, the stage is yours to share the keynote insights and experiences.
Hi. I will not take more than 5 minutes. So I'll not take more than 5 minutes. I can see a bit of rowdy faces. And we are at the end of the session. So we were given 5 minutes for keynote address. I thought that a presentation wakes everyone up. So we will make it more visual. So this is a brief of my professional journey, but I want to talk about three things that all of you should be focusing on, which is going beyond the degree. Um, like I said, at, at the start of the conversation, I have been speaking to a lot of candidates, outside, a lot of engineering and MBA graduates. We need to be more like more employable. So the focus should be on cultivating the relevant skills which are in demand right now and applying the knowledge to create tangible business value. I want to over-index on one thing which is going to be a key game changer for all of you, which is embracing continuous evolution. We need to focus on learning and relearning. All of you will have to quickly adapt to the fast-paced world, especially with the AI's rise, by continuously learning new skills and unlearning outdated knowledge. For example, the human resource function that I started in 12 years back is no longer the same. 40% of our tasks is done by artificial intelligence. And now I am at the brink of this transformation because I am driving the entire AI transformation for Amazon in HR. So from Godrej to the currently Amazon, unlearning and upskilling is going to be the key. I want to leave you with 5 rules to build a remarkable you. First of all, I know it's an old adage that your parents, teachers have been saying it, but that is actually true. Be diligent. Uh, Even if it is excelling in academics or extracurriculars, hard work helps you stand out. And Garima also spoke about having grit and gumption. A lot of people, and in my long career, I have seen a lot of skilled people who have a lot of gifts, but they were not hardworking enough. So they lost out, and they did not become successful. So uh, so over indexing on being diligent. The second thing is consistency. Being consistent is what organizations are looking for. I don't want a team member who is a star performer for 3 months and then is invisible for the next 3 months. I want someone who is a consistent performer. So consistency builds a lot of trust in your capability and builds a strong reputation. The third, which I've already spoken about, is being relevant and continuously learning the skills which are in demand. The last two that I want to leave you with is be interested. I have also led diversity and inclusion function in my previous organizations, not in my current role. So I know that there is a space for every human and every person in the world. Each one of you are a unique uh, individual, and you have to find unique ways to solve problems and contribute to your organization and community. The last and not the least is be yourself. Your mental health and sanity is at the top of all the things that you're going to chase. You're going to enter a rat race and don't make it a rat race. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone else. Don't try to compare. I heard about competition, and there's a lot of competition that comes in within students. But when you enter corporate, it is not competition, it is collaboration. You have to be collaborative, and words like team spirit and keeping the team first will be the buzzwords that you will work on. So be yourself, don't try to be someone else, and embrace your uniqueness. I wanted to speak a little bit about making your own brand. So you should know what is your brand and work on it and project that. So that's a quick summary of what I said. Cultivating your personal brand is very important. Consciously shape your reputation and stand out to open for new opportunities. And thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. It was amazing being here. I was once this starry-eyed kid sitting in the auditorium listening to you. So same, but time will fly. You guys have the advantage. It's just about unlocking the potential, and I see this is the future standing right in front of me. Uh, uh, and we wish you all the very best for the next journey that you're going to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shreya ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. Now we are going to announce the winners for salary negotiation challenge. First, we would like to thank all the participants for their wonderful presentation and their negotiation skills. So let's start with second runner-up, and the team is Team S Square. A big round of applause for them. Garima ma'am, I would like to invite you to present the certificate. Thank you so much. In second place, we have team OH46. I would like to invite Rahul sir to present certificate for them. And now for the team that impressed our judges the most, the winner of this year's salary negotiation challenge, team 16 Fest. I would like to invite Shreya ma'am to give them certificate. A big round of applause for them, guys.
Thank you to all our panelists for such wonderful insights. From Mr. Rahul Agarwal, we learned that empathy in leadership means understanding people's strengths and creating opportunities around them. When people feel seen and trusted, the workforce becomes agile and organizations move faster than competitors, even beyond cost or supply chain advantages. So I would like to request you to kindly come forward to accept a small token of gratitude.
Moving on, from Ms. Garima Jain, we were reminded that managers maintain systems, but leaders build futures. India must develop leaders at every level and reclaim the cultural confidence we lost over 500 years if we truly want to lead the world. I would like to invite Ms. Garima Jain to accept a small gratitude of focus.
From Ms. Shreya Kothari, we understood that every organization has a unique value system, and culture is not one size fits all. Success comes when individuals take initiative, act like leaders regardless of title, and uphold values consistently. Ma'am, kindly come forward to accept a small token of thanks. Today, we've seen that talent is not just a resource, it's the engine driving India's trade transformation through global turbulence. A big thank you to our panelists for sharing insights that inspire action, and to our audience and participants for bringing energy and curiosity to the room. Let's take these lessons forward, turn challenges into opportunities, and shape the future of work and trade together. This is Team Synergia signing off.
Check. Check.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the heart of IIFT Delhi, lies a group of thinkers, doers, and problem solvers who thrive on turning challenges into opportunities. Welcome to Socrates, the consulting and strategy club of IIFT Delhi. For those who believe that strategy isn't just a buzzword, but a mindset to decode complexity, drive impact, and shape the future. This is a space where ideas come alive, from dissecting real-world business problems to designing innovative solutions. Socrates is where analytical rigor meets creativity and learning is always action-oriented. Consulting and strategy are more than just framework and case studies. They are the art and science of making sense of chaos, uncovering hidden patterns, and guiding organizations towards smarter, broader decisions. Whether it's mapping the next big market opportunity, navigating disruption, or transforming insight into impact, strategy empowers us to see what others don't and do what others can't.
On behalf of Socrates, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to TradeWinds 2025, an annual business conclave that celebrates ideas shaping the future of global trade, strategy, and innovation. This year, TradeWinds revolves around the theme driving India's trade transformation to global turbulence, a reflection of how resilience, adaptability, and strategic foresight define success in today's uncertain times. As part of this grand conclave, we are proud to host the National Leadership Summit, centered on the theme from disruption to direction, strategy at the heart of India's trade transformation. This discussion brings together distinguished leaders who have not only navigated disruption but turned it into opportunity, exemplifying how strategy can anchor transformation and in an evolving global landscape.
So we are honored to welcome Ms. Shilpa Mehta, Executive Director, Digital Transformation at PwC, a visionary leader with nearly 2 decades of consulting experience. Ms. Mehta has led some of the most complex and high-impact transformations programs across industries. Her work at the intersection of technology, governance, and strategy has empowered organizations to embrace digital change with confidence and purpose. Her deep expertise and strategic foresight continue to shape the future of digital transformation in India. A PMI certified project management professional and certified Scrum Master, she has been a trusted advisor to CXO level leaders, helping organizations navigate the complex intersection of technology, governance, and strategy. It is a pleasure to welcome you, ma'am.
Next, we have Mr. Synergia, Director of Corporate Business Development and Strategy at Microsoft. With over 2 decades of experience spanning business development, strategic partnerships, and corporate ventures, he has played a pivotal role in helping global enterprises accelerate growth through innovation and collaboration. His strategic perspective and leadership has been central to building Microsoft's strong business alliances and driving value across dynamic industry ecosystems. He currently leads strategic initiatives for Azure Cloud, AI Dynamics 365, and more across India and South Asia. His contributions from driving Microsoft UPI integration to expanding Bing's ecosystem in India showcase how vision and innovation can reshape industry. It is a pleasure to welcome you.
Now we are also delighted to welcome Mr. Abhishek Mittal, Managing Director at W2 Consulting and founder and host of Wisdom Whispers. He is also the professor at IIFT Delhi, a veteran in the field of strategy and mergers and acquisitions. Mr. Mittal brings over 19 years of experience across consulting.
He has led multi-billion dollars deals, advising global clients on integrations and carve-outs with unmatched precision. As the managing director of W2 Consulting, he has built a boutique advisory firm known for strategic clarity and execution excellence. He has also worked in companies such as EY, KPMG, and more. Beyond consulting, Mr. Mittal is also the founder and host of Wisdom Whispers, a podcast that distills leadership lessons and life insights from some of the most inspiring minds across industries. His journey beautifully blends entrepreneurial spirit, intellectual curiosity, and a deep passion for sharing knowledge, making him an embodiment of continuous learning and thought leadership. It is a pleasure to welcome you, sir.
And finally, moderating today's discussion is Mr. Nakul Sharma, manager at Accenture Strategy and Consulting and a proud alumnus of IIFT Delhi, the class of 2018. Mr. Nakul is a seasoned procurement and supply chain consultant with experience spanning multiple industries and geographies. At Accenture, he has been instrumental in driving strategic sourcing, vendor negotiation, cost optimization, and business transformation initiatives for global clients. His work reflects the perfect blend of analytical rigor and strategic foresight, making him a trusted advisor in the consulting domain. Beyond his professional achievement, what makes Mr. Nakul's presence even more special is that he once walked the same corridors as an IFTN himself. From being a student in these classrooms to now leading discussions on strategy and transformation, his journey truly embodies the spirit of growth, excellence, and giving back to the IFT community. It is a pleasure to welcome you. So, before we move forward with the discussion, we are delighted to take a moment to celebrate two very special highlights for today's summit. To begin with, we are proud to unveil the latest edition of our annual magazine, Strategos 2025. Each year, Strategos captures the pulse of the business world, bringing together diverse perspectives on global trade, strategy, and digital transformation. This year's edition themed around from disruption to direction, strategy at the heart of India's trade transformation. Dive deep into how organizations are reimagining growth, resilience, and competitiveness among global change. The magazine features thought-provoking articles from students, professionals, and industry experts who decode what it truly means to lead with strategy in today's dynamic landscape. So,
Moving forward, we take great pride in announcing the winners of Strategies 2025, the National Article Writing Competition that celebrates excellence in strategic thought and business thought. Every year, Strategos attracts entries from top B schools across countries, making it platform for the brightest minds to showcase their strategic thinking and storytelling. After a highly competitive round of evaluation, here are the exceptional individuals who stood out with their original clarity and insight. So, second runner-up is Harshit Mittal from IMI Delhi. First runner-up is Utsav Kumar Singh from IIFT Delhi. And winner is Vinay Bohra from IIFT Delhi. Now we request our moderator, Mr. Nakul sir, to take the panel forward.
First of all, thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you everyone for being here. Feels very special to be back after 7 years. I was there at one time, right? So I can understand. So thank you for inviting us. Just to begin today's topic, which is more about driving India's trade transformation and the global turbulence. It's a very interesting topic, very relevant in today's context as well, because we all are meeting at a time when the entire global sentiment is being shaped by a lot of uncertainty. Now, this uncertainty is economic uncertainty, geopolitical uncertainty, technological disruptions, you name it, right? I would be surprised if I remember a time, probably in my career, when over the last 5 years, right, we have had so much of disruption. So it's a very interesting topic. It's also important for India as a country and also for all of you sitting here, because for India, what direction we take from here, how we navigate all the challenges, will also decide the path we take and the competitive advantage which we can bring, which will help us become a developed economy by 2047, which is the goal of, let's say, the Prime Minister of India as well. So a lot of things will depend upon how we are navigating this uncertainty, what's the strategy we take forward, how can we ensure that our trade transformation is optimized and we are able to take the right steps forward. So that's more on the country level, right? But what does it mean for students, all of you who are sitting here? Because ultimately, all of you should be able to take a couple of things, takeaways out of this session, right? All of you will be in a couple of years from now, once you like postgraduate from here, economists, policy advisors, entrepreneurs, consultants, right? Strategy advisors. So for all of you to decide and understand what exactly it would mean for all of you going forward in your life as well, I think the idea would be for all of you to have those takeaways from the session. And for all of that, we have an exceptional panel today, with us today, and throughout the next hour or so, we'll try to brainstorm these ideas, try to cover a lot of different topics from what exactly does global turbulence mean, what exactly does trade transformation mean, what have we done, what has the country till now, what should we be doing, how do we manage all of it with sustainability as an angle, and what exactly is it in for all of it. So I think I'll start the discussion by opening to our panelists with just one thought, which is everyone talks about uncertainty and turbulence. But if each of the panelists can probably put some light on what exactly does global turbulence mean, right? From its definition, what are they seeing from their experience, and also the impact that it's been having versus let's say the last decade, right? That would be really helpful to just start the conversation. So maybe Shilpa, if you can start with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So it's a pleasure to be here among this bright and curious minds, the future of business and policy leaders, right? And someone from the consulting background, where we breathe and live transformation every single day, I can tell you that there has never been a more fascinating time to talk about disruption and to talk about turbulence. Because if there is one thing which 2025 has reminded us, is that volatility is the new constant, right? We are in that era where we have wars, where we have trade wars, changing alliances, AI reshaping the industry, then visa restrictions slowing down the global talent mobility, then tariffs, again reshaping the supply chain. So it's a roller coaster ride. But the good part, the exciting part is that we are not sitting in the stands and watching it. We are in the ride, right? So I would say disruption is there for real. Yes, we all know. But disruption is not the enemy. Stagnation is the enemy. Rather, disruption is good because it's bringing us more opportunities, right? More the disruption, more the opportunities for us. So I would say take it in a positive stride. And with that note, I would pass it on to this one.
First of all, thanks to the organizing committee to invite me. I always, of course, I have not studied from here, but always fascinated to come to IIFT, and just come and see the infrastructure and the college itself, right? So yeah, thank you for that. Before I start, just you can have maybe one or two trivias. Like I can see there are only few students. Like, what is the strength of your first year batch MBA? Right? Can anyone just tell me? Okay, and I don't think there are. Right. Okay. Okay. Next trivia is like, how many of you are really willing to enter into a corporate job just completing your MBA, or how many of you like an aspiring, okay, MBA is one part, but maybe if you want to get into entrepreneurships, like, can you just give me like how many of you want to get into entrepreneurship? Okay. It looks like entrepreneurship answering majority here. Okay, so I think coming back to this conversation in terms of the turbulence, right? I think it is beautifully said by Sweta that okay, turbulence is the new constant, and change is the constant that we call it as, right? So yeah, I think if you see, it started with COVID almost 5 years back, and after that we are constantly in that mode of disruptions and changes. Adding few more areas like where we are now seeing disruptions, and this is actually going to amplify this AI-led disruptions. This is already pervasive across different industries, different job areas, and this is something also going to create new opportunities. That's one area. Other disruptions that you are going to see is the new technologies that's really coming up across different industries, and that's also going to create new challenges and new opportunities. I want to give you a simple example, like if you talk about the energy industry itself, right? If you talk about like India's aspirations to create a whole country as a carbon neutral like 2070, that's a big bold statement. And for you to achieve that, a kind of infrastructure build that's already happening across different form factors, right? But a lot of companies that are actually doing business in India, right, are also going to disrupt their businesses and how they are going to look at ESG as an opportunity, because for them to export to a lot of countries now, they have to comply to those regulations, right? That's another disruption that you are going to see. It's already happening, but that's going to amplify. You are going to see more disruptions, in security area. There is, I'm sure you guys are aware about, that the world is now slowly going to move from classical based computing to quantum based computing. There are already huge investment research going on. It's just a matter of time that in next 3-4 years, the moment you are actually going to see a commercial grade devices on the market, all the incumbent security systems that's adopted by all the regulated industries is actually going to be up for disruption. So it means it's already knocking our door. And then, all the other disruptions, the country specific, technology specific, those are already, we can talk about as we progress. But yeah, it is a new constant for us right now.
First of all, thanks for bringing me here. I will see most of you in my class maybe in 1 year down the line. So I will see your faces there as well. So disruption to direction. And I think when Jaspal asked this question, like how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? That's the first thing which for me is from a disruption to direction, which we are looking at. Why? Because we have already discussed there are so many disruptions around us. And just to beat that disruption of anything, right? For visas, for tariffs, what do we want to do? We want to take things in our hand, in our control. And that's what most of you are thinking of doing it. Like taking the action in your hand and want to be an entrepreneur to change things. We are the disruptors, not the global economy, whatever is happening around us. That's one thing that will impact all of us for sure. But we are the disruptors. If we would not have needed the 10-minute or a 5-minute delivery, there would not have been any disruption in the trade, right? How we look at quick commerce, which is one of the biggest industry right now, right? Why it's happened? Because of you guys. You need that quick delivery. It's Gen Zs who are looking at a disruption in the market, right? So we have to evolve, and that's what we all are working towards. When we are taking lessons at IIFT or any other course which you guys will be taking up along with studies, you are looking at understanding and overcoming that disruption. And that's what I think in the international trade or in domestic trade, that direction has been given to us. Why so many of you want to be an entrepreneur? Why? One, I know that one thing which we all have seen is Shark Tank, and that excites us, right? Most of you might have a dream to be there, maybe after 5 years down the line, right? So that's the kind of direction our government, our system has provided to all of you. Why? Because you saw Shark Tank. The second is now we see incubation centers which are available to give us a direction. And that's what we are talking today, right? Do we have enough direction to do things or not? Earlier, if you would have heard of Mr. Chandani and other startup founders who have founded these startups 20, 30 years back, they never had an access to a VC funding, right? But now we have that direction to us. We have that platform. So that is a disruption, and that is a direction which we have looking towards. And I will just keep it open because I think most of the points have been covered, but this is one area where I think we can dig deep into, right? So thanks.
No, I think great points, right? We all agree. I think change is the new constant. I think I'm a bit surprised because when I was sitting there, and if someone asked me a question, how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? I can never in my dream imagine that almost 60-70% people would be raising their hands and saying, okay, we want to be. And just to quote some numbers, so I think I was reading an ASCOM report. We said that the startups in India probably 10 years ago were 2,000. Now it's more than 15,000. So that's sort of a statement just about the coming generation and how people have started looking at entrepreneurship, which technically is on the same concept of contributing to India's GDP and trade. So it's great to know that way as well. And we will definitely talk about that more in detail because we have definitely entrepreneurs with us sitting here as well. But I guess to talking about this change, I think there's been a feeling, particularly at least from an industry standpoint as well, that India has for long been very over-reliant on its Western partners. We're also seeing that happen given the US tariff situation, the European ESG norms that are coming up. So I think the question that comes to mind is because we are still a developing economy, we still want to grow our trade through the disruption, also trying to balance these out. What exactly are all of you seeing on the ground in the sense of, are we still very over-reliant on them? Are there new ways that we should be exploring? And if yes, how should India be proceeding on that front?
So I would begin this with a story, I would say, or let's look at the India's trade story over the last decade, right? Where we were and where we are right now. To my mind, we have moved away from a mindset. It's a perfect example of a mindset shift, I would say. So we have moved away from a reaction to a global turbulence to reimagining a role for ourselves, right? So instead of waiting for global systems to recover, we found out our ways into it. Whether it is supply chain diversification, whether it is a digital trade platform or energy sector, strategy is the steering wheel of all these transformations. So what we have done, we didn't wait for global systems to recover. We devised our own systems and devised at such a pace that we are outgrowing. Let's say, I would say digital custom clearances. Let's say 24/7 port operations. These are some of the examples. Let's say fast-tracked export corridors for critical sectors, agri, pharma, electronics. These are some of the examples where we outgrown this global turbulence and found our ways out. And at the same time, the policy wing, the government strategists, what they were doing, they were thinking of a long game, where they came up with schemes, where they came up with the initiatives like PLI came, production linked incentives came. Then PM Gati Shakti platform came, which integrated all 16 ministries in a digital platform. We never heard of these things before. Since I work with government very closely, so I can talk about these initiatives, that we have seen the change happening on the ground, right? And what was the result? Result was India did not just recover, it became the fastest growing export economies, right? So that is where we say disruption meets the direction. And that is where strategy came into the picture, which came out of the PowerPoint slides to the real life action in the policies. So to my mind, this is the perfect example where we are showing that mindset shift which we are seeing in the lives.
I will just add to it. It's not, I will say, ये चीज जो आज हमने डायरेक्ट देखा, right? We all have been hearing it, we all have been talking about. I think आप लोगों के क्लासरूम में भी discussions इसके अराउंड होता होगा, right? If it happened 10 or 15 years back, our stock market would have tumbled, right? But now we have a strength. And how? How many of you have heard of GEM? GEM, right? Government e-marketplace. You know how much government is procuring from that platform? In the last financial year, it was 5.4 lakh crores. We have created a direction for our MSMEs. Okay, now you have a platform to sell directly to the government, and government will procure. And but when you are talking about so many entrepreneurs, you will be MSMEs, right? Starting with a micro and medium, and then will become a unicorn someday. So you have a platform to trade your products, and it was a direction given in 2016 by the government of India. That okay, MSMEs, because of so many government platforms pay a government, not even platforms, right? There's a red tapeism. Even to interact with a one bid, you need to go through so many paperwork, so many people around. Because it's not required now through a GEM platform, and that's what you said, like it's digitization which is happening, and that's the direction government has given, whether it's a UPI, whether it's GEM, whether it's banking system, right? Everything. So that's what we are not dependent on the global world right now, and that's what answering your question, right? How strong we are with our domestic market. Are we dependent on the global market? For some things, yes. Dollars, and to earn those dollars we have to export, and what dollars to buy oil. Simple. There is no rocket science behind. The day we will not need that oil from the world, our economy, we will have very less dependence on the global economy, and that's what Atmanirbhar Bharat is all about, right? So,
maybe I can add one example when you're talking about disruptions to direction. I'm in the industry, and one industry that I'm really passionate about is media and entertainment, and gaming is part of it. Over the last many years, when we are actually going and evangelizing India as an ecosystem, we really struggle in the sense that, like, if you talk about my company, right, we are the largest gaming company on earth. More than $20 billion revenue just come from gaming itself, and these are all first-party gaming, right? First-party IPs that's created by all the large-scale, gaming players, right, including platform and all. But where, for us, it was really challenge to present India because we only talked about like RNG-based games, right? And those are like, not a IP-based games like where you're really creating a lot of value, right? It's all a lot of manipulation, a lot of way that things really happen over the last couple of years. And for us to be competitive at world stage, we have to see lot of first-party IPs to come in global stage to take market share, and these are multi-million-dollar opportunities. And when this disruption is up for for some time, the conversation was going on. When it is being disrupted, people told that okay, it's going to be like people on the street, thousands of job loss. While to some extent that's correct, but if you see, it is already being disrupted, and we are now seeing a new wave of players is trying to disrupt their own business and see okay how we can actually create something which is going to be unique and differentiated for us to look at a global play, right? So that I think is a great example. And when you look at opening or going for your journey, and I always say that so sometimes Me Too is okay, but not always, in the sense that you have to create some differentiation for your business, your idea, which is actually in some problems you actually can create a business out of within local market like India itself. But in a lot of cases, if your product needs or meets the demand of a global market, you have to look at how it is going to be applicable to solving some global problems, right? Yeah, so I think this is one example, and there are multiple examples in the industry that we can talk about how we are actually going through continuous disruption industry by industry.
I think a great point, right? Because I think since we're talking about industry, one of the things that comes to mind is also, so there are so many policies that are now coming up, and so much of support happening. Our exports have grown, right? But for someone who's looking at it from the next deep perspective, what are those sectors, which you feel are the ones that are already getting the benefit out of it, and also will be some, those that will be shaping India's trade transformation going forward as well. So, just like if the panel can throw some light on what, what those sectors can be, and then just you brought up a point about markets, right? So, what can be some of the markets, right, that India should be exploring going forward as well, particularly from its trade strategy standpoint. So sectors and markets, right, if the panel can probably just guide us through that, would be, I think, very helpful for the students as well.
So sector specifically, I think the one sector which has impacted big time and is the textile, right? We all know, because that's the one sector which we have been seeing flourishing a lot, and but the sectors which will grow, and we all know that there is no rocket science behind it, right? We all know that. One is the defense sector. We have seen so much disruptions in terms of our technology, right? We have seen during this Operation Sindoor as well, that how our defense sector can be a transformation sector for our economy, right? Second, technology sector. We all have seen recently so many tweets from our leaders of the political parties. They're talking about made in India technology, right? Zoho is the best example which we have. And again, the sector is not just about coding or AI now, right? We have moved far above that Gen AI or coding, which we have been the normal career path for all of us. They have evolved. They are transforming day after day. So these two sectors, which will give you so many opportunities. And the third sector, which when we were sitting together, is the agriculture. We all see that sector as a very layman sector, that okay, yes, this contributes so much to our GDP, but still, that sector has a very big opportunities for all of us, because the sector is evolving with the technological advancements and improvements which they are taking place. If you know that government is doing so much, that we have so many boards in the agriculture which are coming up, which are very particular to specific areas in the products, and they will have development. And I know, because my previous batch also had a lot of students, they moved into agriculture sector, because it's not just about कि मुझे जाके खेती करनी है. You can have a marketing role, you can have a technology role, you can have a transformation role. There are so many farmers and so many food processing industries which needs transformation, because we cannot limit our products to the 10-year-old, 20-year-old products. We need transformation day after another, right? So these are the sectors and the markets. The next question was like markets which we can look at outside of India. Naturally, we all can grow within India. India is such a big market. There is no lack of opportunities in India. But if you see the one market which I look at very closely is Middle East. We have seen Southeast Asia as one of the major beneficiary of manufacturing outside of China. When we talk about China plus, it was Southeast Asia. India was not a beneficiary, right? We all see only mobile beneficiary, and then we say, "Oh, हमें बहुत कुछ मिल गया." नहीं. If you will look at manufacturing, it's Southeast Asia market which got a lot of benefits because of China plus one, and they have so much resources. They got a lot of benefit, but Middle East for the service sector specifically, if you will see, that's the next upcoming market for all of us.
Nothing related to that, but I just wanted to break the monotony a bit and try to understand. You mentioned about AI and technology. How much are they accepting AI in their day-to-day lives? That's what I wanted to understand from this group. How have you accepted and how have you absorbed AI into your learning? Have you or you are planning to? What is your way for that? Anybody? ChatGPT would have given you the privilege of getting ready-made PPTs also, right? So, that's true. So your research work has got simplified. And what are the options you are seeing that this AI can help going forward in your stream, apart from ChatGPT? Surely. Thank you so much. Have you thought of any real world use case where AI can play a role, considering your indication, considering your working stream? Any use case can you mention that this can be an AI enabled thing and it will just break the market up? Anything?
Remember one of my friends telling me that he used AI in his medical field or diagnosis also. So in that manner, I think in India where medical studies are costly, or it can lead to somewhere a disruption within the medical and research market in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Similar to that one as well, I would like to say that the world enterprise of medical instrument to text service and where AI was used to bring up protein molecules, design protein molecules directly. Now this is one way forward to precision medicine, where we can directly take a person's genetic and then we can design medicine for them. So this can be very helpful in cancer research as well, and sort of similar more rare diseases that can come up, and maybe we can also directly see at all itself what kind of diseases this person may be vulnerable to.
Amazing. Just one last question. Okay, please go ahead. Thanks. Just one last question from my side. Do you think AI will take our jobs away? On a lighter note, do you think we should be scared of AI that will take our jobs away? So my take on that is that, yeah, sure, I'll come back to you. My take on that is that AI is the first step and it cannot run without human intervention if we want to run it responsibly. So first step is good enough, but we should have the human layer on top of it. That's what my take is on it. You wanted to say something?
Regarding grain production. So what we have seen that India is good. We have last year data that 350 million tons of grain were produced, but 22% of grains are wasted. Looking at the past trend, before the government introduced WDRA scheme, warehousing commodity. So still we are not able to manage our warehousing. So what's your take on this?
So, and that's a problem which is there from like last 60, 70 years. That's not a new problem to us, right? The only challenge is like the logistics, how we are managing the logistics. Are we able to reach to the last or the smallest of the pin code which we have in the country? I think here the problem is that we are not able to utilize that. We have reached to every place. We have, if I'm not wrong, like government is giving grains to like 40 crore people without any cost. So they have reached to that place. It's only how we utilize that so it's not get spoiled. And because of all this global disruption, right, we are not able to export in the manner which we wanted to do that. And it will take some time. It is not going to be just warehousing thing. And I think even the logistics cost, the government has a vision to reduce the logistics cost drastically over the next, I think, next 5 years. So if that will happen, we'll be able to utilize it. But it's a phenomenon which will continue for everything which is perishable.
I think someone talked about, I think medicine medical is one of the areas. So my personal example is when ChatGPT came, I was, like stuck in a very, my personal medical emergency. I had to travel 200 kilometers. It was a, like a grave emergency. I had no idea what to do. I got the reports. It was let's say a new city. I had no idea. I just put it on ChatGPT, that version. It exactly told me what the doctor was about to say. So I think sometimes, I mean, these are all disruptions that are also having very day-to-day, life impact. And I think we have, like, our panel has a lot of experience in digital transformation. So for example, Shilpa, maybe, if you can walk the students through what's happening in the space of AI. They're talking a lot about agentic AI now, which can probably combine a couple of AI models together and do all of the things. From my personal experience in supply chain, we're building a lot of tools that can do this job, very autonomously. But the thing that we are going by is that AI will not take the job, but who does not know AI, their job will probably be at risk. So it's important to know AI, but AI in itself will not be able to take a job. It's more of an enabler. Maybe Shilpa, if you, from your experience, and I think also we're talking about agriculture, and I know you have a lot of experience there as well. You can just throw light on both the topics.
So I worked in agri sector, not on the agri as a farming sector, but on a digital transformation piece of agri sector for good 7-8 years. So when you asked about that warehousing problem, so I also was part of this thing that was coming out. So see, till today, we don't have a system which will tell you sitting here how many warehouses are having enough space to keep the grains. We don't have that. So that is one area where, of course, like you were saying, that there is a lot of options. There are a lot of options where you can come and plug the gap. So this is one area. Till today, we don't have the visibility. It depends upon person to person. It depends upon warehouse to warehouse. There is no consolidated system which is connecting all warehouses. For example, if we are sitting today and we want to understand my grains are here, where should I keep it? I don't have the clarity. I don't have the visibility. I have to reach out to middlemen to understand, to ask about it. So that is where opportunity is lying. You have to just tap this opportunity. Number two, about the perishable goods. Let's say tomatoes. They get, they get rotten or they get spoiled if you are not maintaining the design temperature for that. So we don't have the reefer trucks. We have the reefer trucks, but we cannot, able to maintain the temperature there. We don't have the control temperature thing there. That is where IoT comes into the picture. Can you place IoT devices there which can maintain the temperature, which can give you the alerts if temperature is going below or going up? So these are the opportunities. It's immense. It's immense area where if we all come up with one idea, then also we can take agriculture sector away. So it is just matter of thinking and analyzing the problems. There are a lot of problems in this sector, but as I said in the beginning, if there are problems, there are opportunities. So we have to just think about it and take it through. Coming to the artificial intelligence part, so see, when it came, we all were, in a dilemma. It is going to take our jobs away. That is why I threw that question to you also. What is your take on that? But gradually, when AI mission came in India, we started talking about responsible AI. So AI is everywhere, but is it responsibly driven? Around that, policies are getting made. Around that, ethical things are getting made. So, which is important? That is where you have to see how AI can take the first step, how Gen AI can be used. What is Gen AI? That based on the data, if it is generating a new thing. I was talking to a TMT client, I'll tell you the name also. We were talking to Netflix about it, and they mentioned that they are looking to adopt Gen AI in one way. For example, they say the movie is there, right? We want to see what can be the different ending for different people. So in that case, they need not make different movies. Let's say a person's interest is in romance, so they will give it a romantic look. If a person's interest is in thrill, so they will give it a thriller ending. So that's the conversation Gen AI is going to have, and that's the conversation you guys have to do with your potential clients.
Yeah, one pointer from my side is, as you look at most of the folks here, raise your hands when asked about like, how many of you wants to get into entrepreneurship, right? I think when you're talking about disruptions to directions, right? Yeah, entrepreneurship looks quite cool now in current generations, right? Because there are many platforms to support. But at the same time, while we know that there are problems around us and we want to solve them, right? But when you are trying to solve some deep tech problems, right? Lot of cases, right? It also makes sense for you to go and work in some corporate, in some big companies to get an experience, because once you get into the system, you also know the real challenges, the real problems. Because a lot of cases, like if you are not making your hands dirty, going through the whole, being a product manager in a company, managing specific products, you won't be able to know like all the nitty-gritties of that business, all the technicalities that's really required, right? So it's a mix, right? In some cases, you definitely need, India is one of the is at number two right now with 13 million developers contributing to GitHub code repo today, after US. And in next 12 to 24 months, we are actually going to be number one. So it means that, and that number is also not going to increase, because with vibe coding, right, you literally can create your MVP product, just writing your natural language query on a vibe coding platform, and that's the world that we are entering into. So when you are trying to iterate your ideas, get into MVP quickly, test it out, and see that really works for you. But it is all going to be in combination. I think also try to ensure that you are really flexible, always in a journey to learn on a continuous basis, because while you are expert in one particular area, also learn things that's around you, which is actually going to ensure that you are always be flexible to turn around your business, to find your sweet spot, like to survive. Because right now, while we say okay, AI is here, and whosoever is not learning it, right, they are going to be irrelevant. That's true. But you are actually going to see across industries, agentic, which is the new buzzword nowadays, for across the industries, right? It's not one agent, like multiple agents. And now we are talking about saying, okay, there is going to be a personal agent of yours, right, in enterprise. It means that the agent is actually going to live with you on daily basis, and it's going to read all your data across different platforms that you use, right? And that's a scary world that we are entering into. It means that if that agent is doing everything for me, then what I am up for, because literally, you know, that agent itself is writing a research report for me, which I used to take like maybe 2 days, 3 days, you know. So I think creating that kind of mindset, keeping your gray sales always on toes, right? Pushing it. I think that's what is going to make all of us survive, because world is really getting competitive right now. If you see the amount of fundings that companies are raising versus India, but in other countries, right? If I talk about US itself, it's humongous. Like, you know, we are not there yet, right? While we talk about from disruptions to directions, even for manufacturing industry, like if you talk about Apple, Samsung now, Apple this year I think generating close to $22 billion worth of Apple devices, right? But that is a light touch business, because just with one push of a button, right, they actually can move it to other country, because you are not creating a surrounding ancillary, all the components that are required, right, to drive the ecosystem. It means that it's actually going to create more opportunities for us. So it means how we can tap those opportunities, right, as budding entrepreneurs. Once we get into it, I think it's going to make the ecosystem highly sticky. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I think we talked about sustainability, being ethical. So I think I can tell you from my example. So I think Accenture strategy as a company has invested probably more than 1 billion in its employees to learn AI and agentic AI. And I think it's not just in learning about what it does and how to use it, but it's also about where not to use it. So there's a lot of I think it's probably across corporates as well. There's a lot of emphasis on, for example, if you have a client data, very confidential, you cannot just upload it to ChatGPT and probably pull some results, or share one data across others, because these are all like LLMs, right? They're learning in the back. A lot of emphasis, from corporates, even public sector for that matter, is also about how to ethically use it. But that also brings me to a question about sustainability, which I think Shiva, you touched upon as well. There's a lot of ESG focus right now. There's a lot of carbon neutrality. I think we talked about Apple just also. Apple probably has a goal that by 2030 they will be carbon neutral. I don't know if any of you have seen a video about Mother Earth, nature, which Apple has. I don't know. Maybe raise your hand. That's very exciting, right? So the offices run, on renewable energy and so on and so forth. So how can, from an India standpoint, because we will still be developing, probably growing export, which by default, in the layman language means that will probably be doing more pollution, really more harm to nature. How can our ESG goals, which are also mandated a lot from Europe, North America, be balanced out with a growth story as well? Maybe if you have, from your personal experience, seen anything on those.
So on a lighter note again, I can say how we have reduced the carbon emission is, earlier we were allowed to travel by air. If a lot of partners are going to one place, we were allowed to go by air. Now if it is a nearby location, we all have to travel by a common bus. So that is how we try to reduce the carbon emission in one of our forms. That is just in a lighter note I'm telling you. Otherwise, yes, we have got a larger role to play in overall sustainability perspective of India, how to take it ahead.
To see the direction from the government, right, to have the policies in place. And if we will see that the government in this time budget as well, they have kept a separate budget supporting MSMEs who are setting up their businesses, who are doing their business, how they can get benefit of adopting sustainable policies or procedures, and why they have kept that package, right? Because when you are an MSME, you don't look at spending extra money just to be sustainable. No one would like to do that, right? Because right now I'm thriving, I want to grow, and how can I will be more competitive if my product is more costlier because of my sustainability goals? So that's why government has kept and given the direction that if you want to be sustainable, maybe in your packaging, maybe in your processes of manufacturing thing or providing services, they are giving that direction that yes, you can use that fund and be more sustainable, right? And that's what we all have to do. When you are saying that, oh, we want to be an entrepreneur, we have to see what type of sustainable practices which I can adopt and get the benefit from the government. And as you rightly said, right, because you're working with the government sector, so you know there are so many schemes around it. And you will be like amazed to know that there are thousands of such schemes around everything, and specifically on sustainability. Though the budget might not be huge, they might have just 120 crores sitting there in a fund to support you, but people are not utilizing that as well. So who's stopping you to utilize that fund? If you are an MSME, be more sustainable. And that's what there is a direction which is given to us. It's up to go, as you rightly said, like we might not be adopting the practices which the Europe has taken, but we have taken the right steps and at the right time. Because you all want to be an entrepreneur, you will start your businesses, so you need to know that you have to run a sustainable business.
You know, one thing that I actually wanted to ask all of you, right? When earlier, like you were going to a search engine and putting your search queries to search for something, right? That was a query that was being monetized by the company, right? Being Google, DuckDuckGo, or Bing Search, right? There is a monetizing model attached to it because it matches with the brands like whosoever is putting dollars, you see that, right? With the moment we have now entered into the world of generative AI, and there are multiple models right now, it's a huge cost that each companies are incurring right now. When you are actually going in for a free product, right, putting a search query, it is a cost that somebody is actually putting the bill, right? And the question is that how long all these free products are actually going to be sustainable if somebody is then let's just see a humongous investment that's actually going in terms of putting up all this large scale AI data centers, right? It typically costs you for 1 gigawatt ranges from 10 to 40 billion dollars. That kind of an investment. That's the power, that's space. Now, when you're talking about power, like the power also has to come from some source, right? From where it's going to come. Recently, you have heard in the news that okay, Google is investing close to $10 billion in AP, right? So now for that to happen, right, it's going to be a complete revamp of the power infrastructure because someone has to feed the system, right? So I think this is a ongoing journey that we are continuously seeing an investment coming in, and it's going to continue. India is definitely going to be a big beneficiary. It's because we are one of the largest consumer, and for ChatGPT, India is the top market right now in terms of the user base that we have, right? While it is happening, companies are also investing in terms of making them sustainable, right? Like there are some investments that we are doing, like how we can even put data centers under sea, right? At least your power consumption and the cooling that required is actually going to be low. So it means that these are also like think of big opportunities, right? When these investments are coming, like what are the areas that we can optimize costs? Right now, for every query that you are actually putting into the any of these large language models, right? These are all powered by GPU. Is there a lot of investments again going to create cost-effective solutions? Like can even I use my CPU, which is distributed, right? And can that be leveraged for power all these simple queries, right? Today, you don't have to actually go and ask India GPT to a LLM, right? That can be done by a very simple product, right? So I think that's something you should keep on thinking, like what are the problems and how I can contribute, kind of with ideas to fill those gaps, and those are going to be the big companies we are already seeing, and we are seeing something coming from India also, and it's a continuous process.
Great. No, I think we're on time. Maybe I think what I'll do is I'll open up the forum for questions from the students. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, maybe you can go first.
What do you think are the strategies and challenges that any organization faces by entering into global market?
from the consulting lens, because I come from the consulting background, I'll tell you from that lens. So whenever, in consulting, we always say, whenever there is a disruption, it is not a signal to slow you down. It is a signal to transform. And from that lens itself, we approach all our questions, all our disruptions with basic three parameters. Number one, what is structurally changing? Number two, what are the opportunities? Because as I said, if it is a disruption, there are the opportunities. And number three, how can we help our clients to remain resilient, right? These are the three simple questions we keep in mind whenever we try to solve any problem. If I talk about the current, the global disruption and other things, what is structurally changing? Global trade is changing from a cost-driven model to AI-driven model, or I would say trust-driven model, right? Where are the opportunities? See, India is already on the powerful crossroads. They are expanding FTAs. They are investing in logistic corridors. They are leading in the digital public infrastructure. So, a lot of things India is already doing in place. So, opportunities are there. Now, third is resilience. So, in PwC or in any consulting world, we always, tell our clients that resilience is not something when you try to avoid the disruption, when you try to avoid the shocks. It is about building a system that can absorb the shock and adapt to that, right? So similar thing, similar resilience. In India perspective, it is for everything: trade diversification, or you can say supply chain diversification, or talent development for sure. So to my mind, this is how you can approach any problem or any global turbulence. And we have seen in the past that this model has worked, and this will work in the future also.
Yeah, maybe.
So my question is that we have talked about AI and transformation, but how can we make sure that AI reaches the last mile worker or the grassroots workers, be it farmers, healthcare workers who are at the rural level, and the textile workers? So how can we make sure about AI accessibility?
So it's a journey. So what we're saying is a journey, and that's what when I saw the hands raised, like, okay, will AI take my job? This is the at the grassroots level, people have this challenge that they are not able to adopt the AI, and that's why they are a little terrified that, oh, they will take the job. But it will help them improve their work, improve their life of doing that, which we call, right, blue collar jobs, right? So it will take time, and an economy of our size and with the population of our size, it will take at least next 10 to 15 years to reach to that level. I might be wrong. Why? Because UPI adoption of UPI at the grassroots level was so quick that it was like amaze the entire world. So it can be so quick as well, but it will take time, and it's most probably the government and the private enterprises, they have to come together for learning, for giving that learning and passing on that knowledge. But the challenge comes, and the challenge is, in India we have middlemen who don't want to let government and the private enterprises reach out to those people. And we have, and that's an opportunity for all of us. That there are so many startups who are इनको हटा के middlemen को, they are just trying directly reaching out to them, and they are helping them. You will see so many farmers in South India specifically, because North India में हमको challenge आ जाता है. South India, because they have some education, some bit of education better than the North India, they adopt to those technologies very quickly. And there's so many startups who are working with them at the ground level, specifically for farmers, specifically for manufacturing unit, and that's an opportunity for all of us.
One more point on the government is trying to set up a lot of facilitation things. For example, for farmers, they have set up the common service centers where if they cannot adopt the things directly, they can go to those centers and try to get whatever max they can. Similarly, for health industry, they have set up the primary health centers. So maybe they are not able to adopt the technology or AI per se directly, but these are the facilitators who can help them adopt that.
And I think if you talk about form factor wise, right, in terms of the input that you as a human offer to the tool itself for you to execute a task, right? There, I think for a market like India, where it's a multi-language country, voice is really playing a big role. And on a lighter note, I can just give you one example that my father-in-law, like he lives in some state, he just came here, right? And I just on his phone, right, I configured his Google Assistant, and literally like with voice, he actually can go and play his favorite music of Kishore Kumar on Spotify, or maybe he can just for voice can open up any website, can get any query that he has right on voice in his own language. I think the tools are already there. How we are actually evangelizing this, I think that's where things are, and voice is going to play for big role for India. It's already there. If you see right now in fintech, I think that voice-based device that we have, right, that's really done an amazing job in terms of creating, yeah. And I think healthcare, the primary care centers that we have, a lot of startups also coming up. There is a startup that I know they are running primary care centers in itself, and they have got one doctor in one nodal point, but those primary centers, like patients literally can go there and over video calls, they are literally attending those patients for some initial symptom consultations and all. And literally the whole report that we are getting right now is all AI-led in the sense that they have created an application, right, how quickly the patient or whoever is going to the center just need to input that, it automatically generated a report, right, which is of course attested by, say, by a doctor. But that's really happening. But yeah, of course, it is not that scale where it should be, but there is already a lot of work happening.
Yeah, I think my 2 cents would be to reach last mile, you need middle mile. To reach middle mile, you need the first mile. The reason UPI became a success, as Abhishek pointed out, was because we had the middle mile, which was Reliance disrupting the entire market. That happened because we had the first mile, because we had a lot of population who was pretty literate in computer and using the technology. Because if you were right, very different. If let's say if you talk about Shilpa, for example, of agriculture, last mile not possible because middle mile about infrastructure, the dedicated corridors are still being built. It will take time, right? As Abhishek said, 10, 15 years probably we don't know. So I think it also depends upon what infra you have, what technology exists. Anything which is technology driven, they will probably catch up very quickly. Anything which is more capital intensive driven, infra driven, probably will lag behind. I think
even your web-based experience that you see right now, those are also converted into an agentic web-based experience in the sense that your e-commerce website already AI-led agent is infused literally. You just ask what task that you actually want to execute. It will go create a shopping cart for you, literally pay you on your behalf. It is already available today. It's free to go and actually test it out.
Okay, I think there was one more question from there. Two, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Nishant Singh from the batch of 27. When we talk about digital transformation, specifically IoT implementation, it involves installation and setting up a large number of instruments and sensors which can present a significant upfront cost. So for organizations which are already in capital intensive businesses, like say construction or agriculture, so how should they approach this?
See, I'll take two examples of this IoT thing. First example I already took earlier when I mentioned about reefer trucks, where temperature is to be maintained. So there you need IoT devices, and it comes under the purview of the logistic companies which are maintaining all that. So nowadays, a lot of logistic companies are coming with the IoT devices installed in the reefer trucks, which will maintain the temperature so that your goods does not get rotten, your good is in the right shape and it reaches in the right shape. And it is not only for the domestic consumption, it is for the international consumption also. When you are exporting anything, you need that temperature control, good temperature control product. So that is the one area where IoT is coming, and logistic companies, big logistic companies are taking care of that. Another example I can take of where government is trying to do that is the water resource department. So whatever water you are getting in your tap, whether it is fit for drinking or not, that is one of the scheme which government is running. And there also they are asking private players and other people to come on board to install the IoT devices on those taps, just to get that the water is having the right amount of chemical which is not required for your body. I won't say ki clean water, which is not possible at all. In fact, in Delhi NCR, it is not possible. This is tried and tested. You will have to consume that chemical infused water. But government is coming up with a thing that in the pipelines, not at every tap of the house, but at the pipeline, they can put the IoT devices to get the amount, to get the alert. If the chemical ratio is going above the defined ratio, then it is mentioned as not fit for drinking water. So that is the example which I could quote from government perspective.
Okay, yeah, we can probably take one more question. I think there was one lady. Yeah.
So, talking from the perspective of a person of my age, right now there are a lot of information available, a lot of AI and everything. But existing all this information, sometimes we feel a lot of information overload and maybe directionless, lost kind of. So, can you please help us being the expert problem solver, how to stick to a direction and maybe give some structure to our approach?
I actually love this question because see, my message to you guys is very simple. You are entering into the world at that time where every assumption is getting challenged, right? So the skills which will matter the most are not planning and analysis. No, the skills which will matter the most will be um, agility, will be creativity, and will be the courage. You know, how agile you are to take things, to adapt things, to accept the changes, how creative you are that you can innovate certain things to maintain the balance, and most importantly, how courageous you are to get those things implemented. Because see, it is very easy to make a strategy in a boardroom or in a ministry, but it's very difficult to get that implemented. How that gets implemented when you have the ideas which challenge the status quo, right? So from my perspective, I would say stay agile, stay curious, stay courageous, even when the winds are rough, right? Because transformations happen not in the calm seas, but in the storms.
Okay, great. I think we're on time as well. So yeah, I think I would like to thank all the panelists for this great discussion. I'm sure all of you would have enjoyed it as well. Just walking us through what are the global turbulence happening, how can India shape its path forward. We talked a lot about entrepreneurship, supporting the small scale businesses, different sectors that are probably they're trying to boom as well. So I would definitely like to appreciate and thank the panelists. Thanks for being a very good audience as well. And yeah, I mean, hopefully all of you have great path forward. Enjoy the MBA 2 years, 1 year, and probably venture into the world being your oyster, whichever way you want to go, because India is full of opportunities and sky is the limit. So yeah, thank you everyone.
And with that, we come to the end of what has been truly engaging and insightful discussion. Today's conversation on from disruption to direction, strategy at the heart of India's trade transformation. Give us a closer look at how India is navigating change, not just responding to global disruption, forward with strategy and entrepreneurial spirit. A sincere thank you to all of the panelists and to our moderator as well. We hope today's session not only gave you valuable insight, but also left you with new ideas to think about. Because in the fast changing world, like trade, staying curious and open is the key to moving forward.
Before we close, we would like to invite our panelists and moderator for a small.
Anyone has any questions? I think some of us will be around. So, because I know that we are not able to cover all the questions.
Thank you so much.
That's great. You put back at 3:10. Exact at 3:10.
Distinguished panelists and my fellow students, on behalf of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, we extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the TradeWinds National Finance Summit 2025, organized by Capital, the Finance and Investment Club of IIFT Delhi. Rising on the pillars of insights and intellect, Capital has long been the financial heartbeat of IIFT, a hub that shapes tomorrow's leaders in the dynamic world of finance and investment. From hosting national conclaves and guest sessions to publishing intellect and leading live projects, Capital brings together analysis and innovation under one roof. Our purpose is to cultivate a strong ecosystem that empowers students to understand, interpret, and influence the financial world with precision and purpose. Today, we take this vision forward with the National Finance Summit, where eminent industry leaders engage in thought-provoking discussions on our annual theme, enriching our understanding of finance as it involves the global landscape. Our mission is clear yet profound: to move beyond numbers and explore finance as it is lived, analytical, adaptive, and impactful. Theme this year, our summit revolves around the theme that truly captures the pulse of global finance, navigating global turbulence, how India's trade transformation shapes capital markets and investor sentiment. Amidst global uncertainty and financial volatility, India stands at the defining crossroads. As trade partners evolve and the new economic alliance takes shape, the ripple effects and transforming our capital markets and reshaping investor sentiment. The question is not whether India can adapt, but how it can lead navigating global turbulence with resilience, strategy, and conviction. So I'd like to introduce our guests. We are honored to have with us Mr. Yashwardhan, Managing Director at Silver Mile Capital India. With over 35 years of leadership in financial services, and investment management, Mr. Yashwardhan currently serves as a Managing Director at Silver Mile Capital India. An IIT Kharagpur and IIM Bangalore alum, he began his career as a senior management trainee at CIAT Limited and has since led large-scale operations across NBFCs and capital advisory firms, including founding Blue Run Investment Consultants, serving as CMD of Ajivika Finance, recognized for orchestrating over $350 million in private capital transactions and driving strategic growth. Mr. Yashwardhan's insights are invaluable to today's financial landscape. We are thrilled to have him with us today. Please give him a very big round. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Devirat Singh. With over 20 plus years of experience in corporate banking and financial services, Mr. Devirat Singh currently serves as a Managing Director and Head of Global Banking, North India at HSBC. And IIFT Delhi. He has managed a large corporate and global MNC clients across leading international banks, demonstrating expertise in deal organization and substantial financial initiatives. Recognized as a seasoned client coverage banker
and proven team leader. Mr. Sain specializes in partnership development and corporate relationship management in India's dynamic financial landscape. We are thrilled to have him with us today. Please give a very big round of applause. Our next panelist is Mr. Manish Agrawal, with over 25 years of experience in corporate finance, venture capital, and startup ecosystem development. Mr. Manish Agrawal currently serves as a general partner at Fluid Ventures. A chartered accountant by profession, he has built an impressive portfolio spanning venture capital investments, startup mentorship, and corporate advisory services across multiple industries. Recognized by his expertise in financial advisory and result-oriented approach, Mr. Agrawal's experience includes co-founding startup Buddy Services and serving as a director at Pearson Services, establishing himself as a trusted mentor to startups during their early life cycle. We are thrilled to have him with us today. Please give a very big round of applause. And I'm very happy to introduce our alum, very recent alum, Mr. Pranjal Parihar sir. With a near decade of experience in cross-border merger and acquisition and structured banking solutions, Mr. Pranjal Parihar currently serves as a Deputy Vice President at Kotak Private. An IIFT alum, he has built expertise in transaction banking, regulatory compliance, and client relationship management across leading institutions like HSBC and ICICI Bank. Recognized as a LinkedIn top voice and accomplished speaker, Mr. Parihar specializes in enabling clients to navigate complex regulatory frameworks while delivering strategic financial solutions. We are thrilled to have him with us today. Please give a very big round of applause. Presenting this year editions of our annual magazine, Intellect 2025, is both an honor and testament of our vibrant student community's ongoing dialogue with the world of finance and global markets. This year's edition opens with a comprehensive content lineup that will help with the readers dive to topics into export diversification, trade automation, logistics, sanctions, and currency alliance. Intellect 2025 is designed for a quick reference, guiding readers directly to the issues shaping finance and the global trade this year. To officially launch, I would like to invite the esteemed panel to unveil the magazine. Now, as we move on to the main highlight of today's summit, our roundtable discussion on navigating global turbulence, how India's trade transformation shapes capital markets and investor sentiment. I would like to invite our moderator to take over. Through this conversation, our panelists will uncover lessons learned, strategic, adaptive, and insights gained from steering through market disruptions, policy reforms, and the new investment opportunities in the rapid shifting global environment. Over to you. Thank
So good evening, everybody. It's good to be with young students, and I think the topic for today is very interesting, very thought-provoking. So I will again repeat what we are about here to be discussing. When I read it, I had to read it 2 times to really understand what we are going to be discussing today afternoon. So we are talking of global turbulence here, and I'm sure every day when you open the news channel, Mr. Trump is creating more and more turbulence every day. The latest, I'm sure you heard that there was 100% tariff that he talked about yesterday. Have you guys heard it? Okay, so there is enough turbulence in the world economy. I don't have to tell you much about it. Now, what we are going to be discussing is how India's trade transformation shapes the capital markets and investor sentiment in the country. It's not an easy one. So we're talking about the India's trade transformation in these turbulent times and how that is going to be shaping the capital markets. So this is not an easy one. Let me tell you that. We can come here and talk a lot about it and not give you any gyan, but we will try to give some pearls of wisdom to you today, and we will try to dissect what is actually happening on the world platform as far as trade is concerned. So as it goes, since I've been given the job of also moderating this panel, and we have a very learned panel here, I will not take my first 10 minutes right now. I will just introduce the topic to you. Then I will hand over the mic to my esteemed colleagues here, and then we will try to evolve a common consensus how we think and how we look upon how things are going to pan out from here. So I just made a small few notes to the morning, and I'm just going to be taking cues from there. So when we talk of the turbulence, we are talking of a big one here, because when you talk of India, we are talking of India as a part of the top 5 countries in the world. On any matrix you take population, you are number 1. You take democracy, you are number 1. You take economy, you are at number 4. But in terms of purchasing power parity, maybe you are at number 3. So if I look at the GDP ranking of the world countries in 2025, US at $30 trillion, that's number 1. China at number 2 at $19 trillion. Germany at 4.74. India at 4.19. Now, why am I giving you these numbers? You will understand. So if you look at these 4 countries, now let's look at a second indices by population. Number 1 is China and India. Second, or whichever way you want to look at it, number 3 is America. All the 3 countries are in turbulence. I don't have to tell you. US, China are fighting loggerheads on the trade tariffs. India has also just finished its war with Pakistan not very long ago, having turbulent times with Bangladesh on one side, and is being pulled everywhere, whether it is Russia on one side, US on the other, or China. The push-pull game is going on. If you look at the democracies, yes, again, and if you look at the military powers, you have to just add Russia here. So if you talk of the top 4 military powers in the world, it is US, China, Russia, India. So you can imagine when you're talking about these countries, almost half of the world population is in turbulence. Because when you include China and India, you're talking almost 35% or 1/3 of the global population. If you include America to that, which is another, say, 8%, you're talking about almost 40% in these 3 countries. So you can imagine the extent of the turbulence that we are going through these times. In fact, I was discussing something very similar to somebody else earlier, and we were talking that after World War II, we had very good times as far as trade was concerned, because we had the Cold War. After the World War II, America had emerged as a superpower, and there was nobody close to them. And that was responsible for the very, very peaceful times that we had, if you forget about the Cold War. But today, the Cold War is no more a reality. We are actually talking about real war. And real war is not fought with ammunition, it is fought on the trade side. I mean, everybody's. So, what is actually happening after the Cold War, the end of the Cold War, is that the gap between the number 1 superpower, number 2, number 3, and number 4 has almost narrowed down. So today, Mr. Trump is having problem telling the world that America is great. And that is how MAGA has come. Make America great again. Because they realize very soon they will be overtaken on all indices by China or by India or somebody else who's beating down their neck. So these are very, very turbulent times. Make no bones about it. This is the reality of life. If you look at the size of the Indian capital markets, I will just give you a small measure of what the Indian capital markets are today. If you talk about the equity market capitalization, that means if you look at the market value of all the companies which are listed on the stock bourses in India, it is almost US, almost touching $5 trillion. We are touching almost $5 trillion, which is almost 133% of the Indian GDP. So you're talking of a country which almost in the top five as far as the market capitalization is concerned. And if you talk about the mutual fund industry, the investment or the AUM that they handle is almost not touching 1 trillion. It's almost 0.85 trillion. So you can understand the kind of size we are talking about here. So if we look at the present situation, we are looking at India is transforming itself politically. When we got independence and we were kids in those days, a government was only expected to run the essential departments of policing, judiciary, running the municipal corporations, running the law and order situation in the country, and the defense. But today, just like America, when I went to America for the first time, I thought the big difference between US president and the Indian prime minister is that the US president acts like a CEO. He actually acts like a CEO of his country. And we at India, the prime minister acts like a leader, mostly welfare leader, take care of everybody, try to take everybody together so that he can win the next elections. But India has undergone a tremendous transformation in the last 10, 15 years. And the compulsions are very, very clearly understood by all of us. What are the compulsions now facing the Indian Prime Minister? Because necessity is the mother of invention. The compulsions that are internal to us are very, very clear. We have the highest population in the country, in the world, sorry. We have the massive rural exodus. As we talk here, sitting here, there are millions and millions of youngsters who are running away from the villages in the country and trying to settle down in the urban cities of the country. That's a tremendous pressure, and most of them are unemployed. So there's a pressure on the Indian government how to give them jobs, and coupled with that, you have the external pressures on the Indian government. We talked about the geopolitical situation that we are talking about. Russia is at war with Ukraine for almost 3 years. We have Israel fighting Hamas for over a year now. And Israel has dissected the Western world. US is with Israel, but a lot of countries in Europe are not with Israel. They want a two-nation formula, a solution to the problem between Israel and Palestinians. India, Pakistan went into a war. India is loggerheads with Bangladesh. Bangladesh itself is boiling because of the internal revolution that they had. Nepal was on a boil very recently. So what is all this happening around us? I'm sure we are living through very, very difficult times. You are youngsters, you haven't seen the times before it, but earlier when America was a superpower, everybody acknowledged it. Nobody was questioning it. China was in its own place, and nobody had the gumption to threaten them or to tell them that who made you number one. Today, the situation is very, very different. Let me give you one more set of information. The shipping routes, when we talk about the geopolitical situation in the world, 90% of the world trade happens on the sea routes. 92% of the trade is happening on the sea routes, and most of the sea routes pass through 3 or 4 major shipping bottlenecks that I'm sure you know about. There is the Panama Canal, then there is the Strait of Hormuz, which is the Arabian Peninsula jutting out like this, just next to Iran. Almost 80% of your oil exports happen through the Strait of Hormuz, which is again under turmoil because of the Iranian sanctions that America has put through. Then there is the other sea route where about 30-40% of the shipping happens is between Taiwan and the mainland China. Taiwan is responsible for 90% of the chips supplies to all over the world. I'm sure you know that. And there have been a lot of skirmishes, a lot of things happening between Taiwan and China in terms of them making claims and counterclaims. China says Taiwan is a part of China, and China says I am independent. So you can imagine these three routes that I just told you. But now the problem is that the water level is going down. So the number of ships that they can allow to pass in a day is coming down every month. So we don't have the significant canal. It is the one canal that links the Atlantic east to the west. Very well. So it links the east to the west, and that is under because of the climate changes that we are encountering right now. So guys, I don't have to tell you much. We are living through very difficult times. I can add to that if you want, but I will not take much more time here. India, meanwhile, is transforming itself in its trade from being a raw material supplier to becoming a supplier of value-added services, goods and services. We are becoming the pharmacy to the world. We are supplying pharmaceuticals and not just generic drugs. We are supplying above the value chain also. We're supplying, we are becoming exporters of automobiles. We are putting up GCC. We are going into AI. We are into chemicals. We are also going into semiconductors, innovative electronics and chip design. So India is trying to make the most of these turbulent times that we are here experiencing right now. And coupled with that, the government of India has put in a lot of policy changes in terms of trying to have FTAs in place, free trade agreements with other countries. I'm sure you've heard about the British contingent. The largest British contingent was in the country, and they're trying to have a FTA which hopes to double the trade with Great Britain in the next 5 years. So with all this, I'm sure we have a lot of things to talk about right now. And if you look at the capital markets, which I gave you a flavor of, we do have FDIs coming into the country. If I give you one figure, one statistic says very clearly that in the financial year 24-25, the total FDI that came to the country, including equity reinvestment, reinvested earnings, and the other capital, had gone up by 14% year on year, crossing $81 billion for the financial year. And if you look at the current financial year and the quarter one in the current financial year, which is 25-26, the FDI surged 15% year on year. FDI is coming into this country. It's not that people are not putting money into this country, but the problem is that the net FDI is going down. What is happening? Because a lot of people, investors who have put money earlier, are trying to shift money into safer assets. Now, let me give you one more input. Why do you think gold is at such a lifetime high, historic high? Does anybody know what gold has crossed yesterday? What is the price of gold yesterday?
Good evening, sir. I'm not sure about the exact price, but I can tell you the reason as you asked. It's because there's uncertainty in the markets and gold is a safe haven.
Excellent. Excellent. So this is the answer. Silver, why has silver and gold touched such high, unbelievable levels? I think almost appreciating by 60% over the last year. This itself is an indication that all the money managers in the world, they realize that there is too much of turbulence in the world, and money cannot be put just like that in any country or in any investment. And gold looks to be the safest haven to put your money into right now. And as per demand and supply, when everybody is purchasing gold, the price of gold definitely will go up. So that tells you how difficult times we are going through. But I'm sure India, because of its very stable government and very stable economy, will be able to navigate through it. This is what we have come here to do. So I will take a breath here. I will, with this background, because I thought, as being the moderator, I should put the perspective in place. So this is the perspective where, in the present context, where we were talking of global village 2 years ago. We were talking of a global village right after the World War II and the Cold War. But today, what is happening? We are deglobalizing the world because the four big nations that I talked about, everybody is looking after their self-interest. So we are saying, you get killed, but I want to live through it and I want to go bigger and bigger. So MAGA, Make America Great Again, is also Make India Great Again. China says also Make China Great Again. Now, make China bigger and bigger. Russia says even I have got a say in the world. So we are going through deglobalization. So this is a thought, gentlemen and ladies here. We are actually going through a deglobalization as we talk. We were talking of Vasudev Kutumbukam earlier. World is a global village, but sorry, just the opposite is happening right now. And in this context, we need to understand how India should navigate itself so that it comes out a winner. So with this, I would ask my colleague on my left side. I'm poor with names. I'm not seeing so I want to see his name. Yeah. So Mr. Singh, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, fellow IIFTians. 27 years since I passed out of this campus. So thank you for having me here. Brings a lot of nostalgia. Harshavardhan, thank you so much for setting the context for the discussion because, as you rightly said, this is a topic which is quite wide, and to do justice to it is not easy because it's very nuanced. It's very nuanced. So I would try to restrict my comments and views purely from the finance world perspective and not get into the other geopolitical perspective so that my inputs are very specific to this particular sector. I would take a step back and go back to what is widely known as Liberation Day, aptly named as Liberation Day, way back in April. And I'm assuming that all of you are aware of the steps that the US president took in terms of the ushering of several tariffs, etc., coming into the world. But since then, a lot has happened. And the reason time and again we will say that it is very complex is that more often than not, you typically have a cause and effect relationship to most happenings in the global economy, that if this happens, this will happen. That's how financial markets have behaved over the last almost a century or so, that there is a sense of predictability in terms of what will cause what. And typically you will have certain asset classes behave in a certain manner, depending on the state of the economy or the state of the inflation or the state of the macro environment. For the first time, we saw all of those notions get upended totally. For example, we never saw US bonds going down and gold going down at the same time. So it's very important to understand that the center of the turbulence, which is US currently, that needs to be understood a bit better. But if one were to sum up the happenings, what has happened here in the last 6 months, it's actually quite interesting. So immediately after the Liberation Day, almost all pundits or experts, global experts who you see on TV, were talking recession and a very pessimistic kind of a situation that would dawn upon the world. And they, logically speaking, that was how it was supposed to be. But if you look at where we stand 6 months down the line, some of the interesting trends are, for example, if you had a portfolio of 60% US stocks and 40% US bonds, you would be up by 20% right now, which is very, very interesting. So it essentially means, and if you also look at the performance, first 2 quarters of performance by the US listed companies, their earnings margins have broadly remained the same, 12.9%, 13% on an average. So which means that they have been able to protect the profitability margins despite a lot happening, which is again very, very interesting. People didn't expect it. If you also look at the GDP numbers coming out, I think 3.8% or something is the number that came out from US, which is again contrary to what one would have expected, because people were expecting a slowdown, and of course the job numbers were not looking very good. Inflation numbers were expected to creep up, but so far the point to be noted is that at least the US markets have been resilient in the first 6 months. It definitely means that the agility of the businesses are definitely much better now. Because one thing that financial markets hate is uncertainty. And I think the world hasn't seen so much uncertainty as we are seeing now. Every morning you wake up and there is some new, something has happened overnight. For example, the additional 100% tariffs on China, which is coming. And the tendency has been that once this kind of a news comes out almost on a weekly basis, there is, earlier we saw knee-jerk reaction of the financial markets to those, but there is a sense that the financial markets have started discounting a lot of these. Because I was reading somewhere that even though the tariff numbers are so jumbled up right now in the US, with everything changing every day across countries, effective increase in tariffs for most importers is about 11%. So it's not as high as what we have. It's for the time being. Of course, it will change. How it changes, how much it will change, we do not know. But so far, the effective tariff impact has been only 11%. So the point I'm trying to make is that despite the upheaval that was unleashed into the markets since Liberation Day, the US market has held pretty well. Having said that, there is definitely a feeling or a sense around the financial markets that the earlier safe haven status of US treasuries and dollar is definitely under challenge. And I think this didn't happen after Liberation Day. This happened when the dollar reserves of Russia were sort of confiscated immediately after the Ukraine war. And that's where, and being in the financial system, we know that we started seeing the first signs of several central banks trying to move part of their dollar holdings into other asset classes, including gold. And that's where the gold price started rising, because there was a significant amount of gold purchase happening across the central banks of the world, which is where we stand now. It's about $4,000 per ounce is the price that got crossed yesterday or day before yesterday. So the view of a dollar weakness and the view that US budget deficit is quite concerning, and how it will be managed, people haven't still figured it out, despite all sorts of sound bites from Trump. That makes people believe that US will have to issue more debt, and they are already at some 110% or 115% of GDP in terms of their indebtedness, which is quite high. The only country ahead of them is probably Japan and some of the basket. So the theme of the dollar weakness and the theme of US treasuries no longer looking as safe haven are two very important points that needs to be kept in mind by all investors. And therefore, this is leading to several investors looking at how do they manage their portfolio, how they rebalance their assets across asset classes and across geographies. And therefore, all this have a bearing on how it will play out in India. Now, here also it's very interesting that if you look at India, I think we are sitting at a $700 billion plus of foreign currency reserve, which is very good. Our GDP numbers are looking at 6.5, 6.8, depending on which economist you are following or which report you are reading. The good part also is that India has never been very export reliant from the goods perspective at least. And while that was always identified as a weakness, but for the time being, you see that not having too much dependence on export is not too much of a bad thing, because with the protectionist tendencies coming around the world and what we call as weaponization of trade, that trade is being weaponized through tariff and non-tariff barriers. If you are a very high export reliant economy, it would have been quite troublesome for you because you will have to contend with the new world order at least for the immediate time being. And thankfully for India, the large domestic market is something which is definitely going to be a strong factor for us. And that is something that overseas investors have always noted that a few things have been the shining spots for India. One, even at 6.5 or 6.8% kind of GDP growth rate, we are the fastest growing economy in the world. That is number one. I think the stable political environment of India has been a point of great comfort for investors. I also think that the present government has done quite well in terms of providing a stability on the policy front. And these definitely make investors quite comfortable, and therefore we have seen significant amount of both FDI and FPI inflows into the country. Now, while last year financial year was not very good from a FDI perspective, but as my co-panelists mentioned, this year so far looks pretty good. Based on the first 2 quarters, the net FDI is about 10.4, and this is net. The gross number, of course, is netted in terms of the outward flow of FDIs and also the dividend outflow, etc., which has been strong. So the net FDI number for the first 2 quarters, accumulating at 10 point some figure, is looking pretty good. The problem is on the FPI side, it's not very good because overall FPIs have pulled about 1.5 trillion rupees out of the Indian stock markets in the YTD scenario. So that definitely has moved out. But also interesting to note is that if you look at how the Indian stock markets have performed, it's probably one of the worst performing market on a dollar returns basis. It's given about 1.9% or 3.2% depending on which index you are looking. And the only comparable market of such low dollar returns is Thailand. But so from that perspective, one needs to keep this in mind that in 2025, the Indian stock markets on a dollar return perspective has been absolutely dismal. And perhaps the reason is the overvaluation of what the P ratios are. That's a different matter. But for the time being, I think the prerogatives for India are as follows: that we continue to follow the fiscal discipline that the government has followed. We have done very good there. So containing the fiscal deficit is very important because I don't know how well you follow the bond deals, which are an indicator of what the investors expect the government borrowings program to be. The Indian 10-year government yield did move up. In fact, there was a bit of a rout in the market recently, but then again it has stabilized to 6.5% because investors are expecting that with all this GST cut, etc., the government may need to probably borrow more than what was factored for, and therefore there may be more supply of long-dated securities. In fact, certain RBI auctions had to be sort of taken off because there was no interest for extremely long-dated papers. So the government will have to show good discipline in terms of the fiscal management, in terms of the fiscal deficit. I think RBI has done a fantastic job in terms of the forex management. While the China plus one story has been touted a lot, and there are quite a few good cases, for example, Apple's own manufacturing of the iPhones and some of the other products and exports out of India reaching $10 billion have been good, but we need to be a bit cautious about how this will pan out in terms of when the tariff barriers do come in, what kind of an impact it will have. But my main concern lies around the services, because where India has done brilliant is in terms of its services exports. In fact, the services economy is something that has probably outgrown the manufacturing economy, and that has been one of the brightest spots for India. And if there is any impact on the services economy, that can have tremendous repercussions on the economy in terms of job, and therefore the attendant impact that any job losses could have. And my concern lies around how this Hire Act thing can play out, because if the Hire Act were to come, then there's a 30% tariff that US is supposed to impose on any services imports from India, and that can have a debilitating impact because this great story of, for example, GCCs that is playing out, the global capability centers. That last round we have more than 1,700 GCCs set up by various multinational corporations in India. That can definitely get impacted. So it's a mixed bag, but I do continue to be an optimist that Even when COVID broke out, we didn't know what is going to happen. There was immediate reaction, markets falling, but then you saw how beautiful the recovery has been, and there's been a bull run of great nature. So similarly, I think the markets are adapting as it should. Markets are adapting smartly, and there is no need to panic right now. We will see how this plays out, and markets will figure out a way to take this without getting into any sharp downturn or crisis.
That was a good analysis again. I think you have just carried forward in terms of explaining the present context that we are living through. So I think thank you sir, so much for it. I think in the second round we will try to evolve. Where do you think this will lead Indian economy to? So I think we are continuing in the analysis part of part one. So next I would like to ask Mr. Manish to give his views on the subject matter today. Mr. Manish.
Yeah, so I think first of all, I would like to thank IIFT for inviting me and putting me along with such eminent speakers. I think most of the things have been largely covered by these gentlemen. And I'll just take a cue from what Idrat said. 5 years back, we all had gone through not only a global turbulence, but also a local turbulence, where each one of us, including all of you, were impacted by it. Now, my question is, when we were resilient enough to overcome such a calamity, then anything which is happening globally can easily be faced by our country, and I think I have no doubts about that. Global turbulence is an opportunity, not a challenge. India is realizing that, and India is proactively thinking and acting to, take care of that. And I think as long as we can keep our house in order, everything will go well for India. Whatever one gentleman in US is doing will not significantly impact India. This is my hardcore kind of a belief. I would like to ask all my, members subsequently, do we see an opportunity at some point of time in future? That is something which I would like to debate about as one of the interesting conversations. Second, one of the major problems that I feel that we have a unskilled, jobless population. As long as we can resolve this one issue in the country, we can strive to grow not at a rate of 6.5, but probably 12% of the GDP. This is what we should try to look for and solve the problems around it. I would not like to speak much. I'll like to invite my fourth speaker to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I will now request Ranjul to share his thoughts on give his opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It feels great to be back here and have an opportunity to share the stage with the industry stalwarts. And though they have covered a lot of what they could cover, I think nothing is left for me to cover. But I would still try to talk about India's story, I think, and I'll start off by understanding that, and this topic, right, it's a little heavy, right? You would also understand it. थोड़ा सा heavy है, right? And so, what will your basic understanding of this turbulence would be, right? These wars that are happening, oil prices are, going up and down, right? So these are the things that hampering the whole ecosystem in general. But how India is shining and India is going through that. So when so I'll just give you a good analogy, right? So when we all have traveled by a plane, right? And a lot of times when you're flying for a plane, that you face turbulence, right? So what does the pilot say is that kursi ki peti baand lijiye, weather is not well outside, right? So but how does the pilot navigate through that? They don't actually can avoid it 100%, right? What they do is they change the attitude and how for the longest time India was a service like economy that we were powerhouse of it, right? All the global countries used to have their back offices in India, but that's recently has tried to change with the policies that they have come up with. Manufacturing, when it talk of industries such as chemicals, electronics, even defense, there are companies which are trying to come into India, establish their presence into the market, right? So that's one. And global turbulence doesn't just affect the trade piece of it; it also affects the investor sentiments, how world perceives India as a country. And so I definitely agree that FIs have pulled out money and what is happening in US, how it's impacting India as a country. But we have found a very good cushion there, right? Because of the domestic investors, right? It's about 29,000 crores of money which is being put in form of SIPs or people such as us. So which is actually maintaining the Indian markets and helping the Indian markets, fight off all this global turmoil. And like Liberat correctly mentioned that all these countries are focusing what can be done, like what actually China started initially compared to other economies of the world. Every other economy is also trying to focus on themselves, right? So and like Sir correctly mentioned that USA, President of USA is a business person, and for him America is a business, and Trump has been a businessman for the longest time, right? So that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to run a business, and his business is own interest that he's protecting right now, right? And moving forward to the policy side of the things, right? So RBI, they're trying to make investing into the country more favorable by coming up with easier regulations related to even ECBs, FDI, investing outside. So we are trying to make sure that the question should not be that can India do it? It should always be how fast it can happen in India, or can India support it, right? So we just cannot be a backup option to China, and they are trying to make sure that India or the India story that goes out is of that a market which is stable, has clarity in the policies that the government is trying to bring to the table, and obviously there is a growth story there, right? So that's from my side, I think, and we can move on to the panel discussion.
There's an interesting observation here. When you say to the students that you are flying and facing turbulence, you assume that everybody here is flying and I'm sure everybody is. Way back in my times, I was 98 pass out of IIFT. मेरा कोई स्पीकर अगर बोलता कि प्लेन में जा रहे टर्बुलेंस, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता, जिस प्लेन में तो मैं पहली बार कर रहा था 1990. So which means that so much India has progressed that this is the good part about how India is progressing.
Like you said, and we can move on.
That was very interesting. I can just put in a few more thoughts at this stage from my side. We talk of $1 becoming equal to 1 rupee. I don't think that will happen, because that was the case when we became independent. At that time, $1 was equal to 1 rupee. What sets the conversion rate? I mean, who will give me the answer? What are the factors that set the conversion rate? There was one student here who gave a very prompt reply. to my earlier question. I'll come back to you, but just understand when if two countries like India and US are having different interest rates, can the parity remain? And this is a theoretical question, and you are all students. Who will answer this? If India is giving 7% interest rate to an investor, and US is giving only 2% for just for the argument's sake, can the currency conversion remain the same? Yeah, okay, please shut up. Whoever is trying to give an answer. So arbitrage is not possible. So we have become very, very efficient markets. Now today we are working in very, very efficient markets. So if somebody is giving you 7%, you can easily convert your money into Indian rupees, earn 7%, and at the end of the year you convert it back. You have lost only 2%, you have gained 5%. So Indian currency has to get devalued by 5%, theoretically. And because your markets are so efficient, you will continue this trend as long as there is the arbitrage possibility. You getting what I just said? That's one factor, but the other factors are there in terms of demand and supply for dollars. And somebody talked about de-dollarization happening in the world. I think Ken had talked about it. That's a big thing. I mean, we didn't talk about it in a bigger way. But yes, what is the wrath of Mr. Donald Trump? He understands that there is a secret planning going on. There is a what they call as a there's a backhand planning going on by the BRIC countries and by other countries where they're trying to go sidestep dollar transactions and they have go into non-dollar transactions. Rupee trade, for example, with Russia. You're right. So I mean, there's a big shakeout happening right now, and America realizes it. They cannot openly say that we are under attack by you. So this is also happening that when we talk about the investor, see the topic here is what is going to happen to the investor in these turbulent times for the Indian transformation. I mean, there are too many things that, as I told you in the opening statement, it is not an easy topic. This you can do a PhD in this. So who actually brought this topic out? I mean, who was it your? So, gentlemen, when we talk of the impact of all this on the investors, the way they look upon the Indian market, now we will start talking about that right now. So, if you look at the investors' point of view, after COVID, I mean the world. I mean the reality was after COVID, as we were going through the COVID times, the US Treasury printed innumerable number of dollars, to greenbacks. And so the world was flush with liquidity. So everybody had money, and that, because they thought they can get away with murder, you can print money and get away with it. So they printed billions and billions of dollars, and the world was flush with funds. And that money found its way into Indian bourses, and that is the reason why we found that the Indian stock market started going up, and up. And we broke all records because that money was finding its route into the Indian stock market through the FPIs and the other investors, foreign investors. But today, when they realize, see, there's a principle called the Lee-Chatelier's principle. Does anybody know what is the Lee-Chatelier's principle? In chemistry, you remember your chemistry, last 11th and 12th. The Lee-Chatelier principle says if you have too much of something, there will be natural forces which will try to prevent it from going any further. So in a chemical reaction, if it is an exothermic reaction and it is producing the heat, the very heat will try to stop the reaction from going any further. Similarly, for example, let me give you an example in the forest. If you have there's a Lee-Chatelier's principle in the forest. If you have too many tigers in the forest, they will eat all the deer. And when they've eaten up all the deer, the Lee Shackler principle will say, then the tigers will start dying of hunger. There will be a natural stop put on the tigers' population because of that. Okay, and so then there will be again a balance in between slowly and slowly. Because it will not be easy to kill a deer that as it was earlier. So when you had 10 tigers in a forest, you were getting a meal very easily. Suddenly you became 20 tigers, 30 tigers. You will not find meal coming that easily. Some of the tigers, they'll be infighting, they will be dying of hunger. Similarly, if there are too many deers, population of deers has gone up too high, they will eat up all the grass, all the plants, all the trees, and then they will have no food to eat. They will also have to reduce their numbers. Naturally, the numbers will start coming down. So there's a Lee-Shackler's principle. So what happened in the Indian stock market was that when they realized that too much of money is chasing too few stocks, the P by E ratio went up. Do you know what is the current P by E ratio of the Indian stock market? NSE, I'm talking about the Nifty 50. What is the P ratio? Does anybody know it? 21. So what is P by E? Who will tell me what is P by E? This is a finance discussion here. So who will, anybody, please get up. What is P by E? Great. Earning of what? I mean, what is it? It's an EPS. Earning per share. So what does it mean in very general terms? What does it mean? If a company has a PE of 20, what does it mean? Somebody will tell me in better terms what is the significance of P by E ratio? Yeah. You have already answered this. Yeah. Why don't you tell me the answer?
So if a stock is trading at 20x P, that means we are willing to pay a multiple of 20x on the current year's revenue or earnings. And the formula.
This is just like English. It actually means, in financial term, it means you have invested, suppose you have invested 100 rupees. It means the EPS is 5 rupees. The earning per share is 5. That's why the P by E is 20. It means in 20 years you will be able to recover your money. Does it? You understand what it means? It means that in 20 years you will be able to recover your initial investment of 100 rupees for that share. So for an Indian market, when the investors saw that, the Lee-Shackler's principle came into play. Suddenly they realized, man, we have put too much of fire, too much of heat into the market. So we now need to take some rest. We need to take a breath. So they started taking the money out because they realized, "Ye kab tak chalega aise?" You were at one time, you're right, we were at 23. Historically, Nifty 50 has been at 19. Okay, so historically, Nifty has been hovering around 19 plus minus 2%. Okay, so they realized, the investors, when we talk about the investors, they realized that the market has become too heated, and the Lee-Shackler's came into place. They said, okay, boss, thoda sa kam karo yahan pe. Stop giving them too much of fodder. General example. So when you reduce the fodder, but what was happening at the same time? And this is what was being said by Pranjul, because the DIIs and the retail investors started coming into the gap. So what actually happened was, as the FPIs were pulling out, we didn't see the prices go down that much. In fact, hardly a blip. How far are you from your lifetime high of Nifty? You guys know what was the lifetime high? Don't do ChatGPT right now, but just anybody knows how far down below the lifetime high are we right now? Not even, just about 9%. 8 to 9% from the lifetime high. So we are in touching distance again. The market had a very good run last week. The week which got over yesterday, we went up almost the highest in the last 3 months. It closed on a positive note. So coming back to the topic, see, I'm trying to bring the discussion back on the rails because we talked a lot about the present situation in the economy, and you are aware of that because everybody who opens the television and just has to put on CNBC or maybe English news, you will find that every day you're being told what Trump has done. When you go down the street and when you get up in the morning, you just want to hear what Humpty Dumpty has done for in the night before. So coming back to the investors' viewpoint, I think the Indian markets are not the choicest of investment destinations for the world investors right now because there's so much of turbulence. Let me tell you one more thing that India is an emerging economy. When you are in an emerging economy, the developed world looks upon you in a different light. They are not very sure about your judiciary or the recourse that you can take if something goes wrong to your investment. They are not very sure about your policies. They are not very sure about your political compulsions that may come on the government. And we have too many cases like that. Vodafone, for example. There are a lot of times when the Indian government has gone back on its promises to the foreign investors. So when you talk of investing in the emerging markets, the fund managers or the investors want a delta. They are happy to get 6 to 7% returns in the developed economies. But when we talk of investing in India, which is an emerging market, they want a delta of at least 7-8%. So they are looking upon getting a return of at least 14%, 7 plus 7 from the Indian investment because they are risk-weighted average. They are weighing it on a risk-weighted average. So 7% in Europe is equal to 14% in India because they are not very sure how long it will continue or they may find their investment going into a problem. That's not happening. They were taking their money out. But what I see, I mean, we can throw this question around in the discussion. So I think I will put my first question with this background to the panel here, and I will ask Mr. Divira to answer me on to give his viewpoint on this. The first question that we have right now is, I'll read it out from here. How has global trade turbulence, which we talked about so much and which has been affecting all of us. So how has global trade turbulence, such as the US-China tensions and the other tensions in the UK, Ukraine and Russia, Hamas versus Israel, blah, 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 influence foreign institutional investors flow into the Indian capital market?
I think the geopolitical risk factors definitely weigh a lot in terms of an investor's mind, but what has played out in the Indian market, at least in 2025 so far, to me is a bit removed from what normal causation should have caused. Because if you are looking at overall turbulence in the market, India was actually looking like a risk because everything was absolutely benign for us. I mean, inflation, while the Western markets have cooled down on inflation, and they were for the first time in their lives or generations they saw inflation. And then many multinationals actually for the first time thought that inflation is a factor. But India has had a good run even on the inflation factor. As I said, the other factors in terms of the macroeconomic stability was very good. So intuitively, we should have seen portloads of money come into India. That did not from a foreign perspective because as I said, 150,000 crores of negative FPI has happened, which means money has moved out. And what is the reason? Because from a global investor point of view, it is always relative. It's not absolute. So as Indians, we may love the country and say we are great, but they are always weighing relatively what is happening. You made a very pertinent point. They are looking at the risk-adjusted rate of return. So for example, a US investor, if he is getting a 10-year yield at 4% right now, 4.04 on the 10-year US government securities, that's the base level risk-free that he's getting. And if you look at India, YTD 2025, it's 1.9% dollar returns. So they were very right by having pulled the money, because had they actually kept the money on a risk-adjusted basis, it's really very poor. And the result of that is because the Indian markets had rallied to levels of probably 23, which was to them extremely high vis-a-vis, for example, when China came out with certain announcements a few months back, almost been 6 months now, saying that these are the stimulus measures that we are going to take. And when Chinese government says certain things, they make it sure that they happen. You saw a sudden move of money moving from India into China. And therefore, if you look at Hang Seng, which is the Hong Kong index, it's probably the second best performing index. First is, of course, Kospi, South Africa, South Korea, followed by Hang Seng. So from a relative basis of performance, Indian market to a foreign investor is not appealing. Okay, but that's an investor perspective. But I'll tell you where the Indian markets have been extremely attractive. The Indian markets have been extremely attractive to global multinational corporations. And let me give you a few cases. I could not have imagined a Hyundai doing an IPO in India last year. I mean, these are clients of ours. It was nowhere in the picture. If you were to go to Hyundai and ask their headquarters, how likely are you to do an IPO in India 5 years back, they would have answered, no, zero. Why did that happen? Because some very smart investment banks, including us, went and told them that the highest PE ratio in the world today is in India. So therefore, if you have a company which is unlisted, you list your stock, it will get the highest possible premium you can get. Dilute. And because these are Indian subsidiaries, the moment you list, you have a tradable currency. The unlisted stock is a tradable currency. The reason I say that is that when you do certain acquisitions, you can also use your listed shares as payment instead of cash. So one, its subsidiary got listed at a sky high valuation, immediately affecting the valuation of the parent, because the parent suddenly could unlock the value which the global investors or the Korean investors there could never see before. And suddenly you have India listed at such a high value, so there was an unlocking of value. So therefore, right now, if you see the spate of IPOs happening, apart from the domestic companies, etc., there is significant amount of interest. I am aware of certain very large multinational corporations right now actively evaluating IPOs. And if the market momentum is going to continue the way it is, you are likely to see some significant marquee IPOs happening out of global corporations of India. So this is one factor. The other factor that we will also see is probably unlisting. So you may actually see some guys unlist and get out. That also was that is something that was also happening. So you have two very divergent trends which is happening right now. From a foreign portfolio investor, yes, significant money has moved out of India and gone into other markets which relatively offered more value. But from companies or global corporations operating inside India, they could suddenly see an avenue to unlock value through IPOs, and therefore that is the good part. So again, talks about the depth of the Indian market, the resilience of the Indian market, and no wonder that we are the top 5 today in terms of the stock market.
That was a very good point that was made by Sachin. I think that was one of the gems that we got today. Enjoy example. I'm sure with a very great example. When you have such a high P by E, it can work against you, or it can work for you when you are already inside the course. So when you are selling your stocks at such a high P by E, you will be getting a lot of public money. And public money has what is the cost of capital? Public money has a cost of capital equal to how much? When you get equity, what is the cost of equity? What is the capital cost for equity? Right. This is 101. Yeah. This is Yeah.
If we calculate cost of equity, that's a formula for it. Take the risk rate, the standard market return, multiply it with the volatility of the stock, that gives us the cost of equity.
I'm talking about the cost of equity. When you take equity, what is the interest you have to pay on it? Or what is the cost of capital? Equity is a capital, right? The cost of equity is zero. You're not obliged to give anything when you get equity into the company from anybody. The cost of equity is zero. You're not obliged because it's not a debt. When you're taking a debt, you have to actually give some. But that's an IOU. That has to have a tenure and a rate of coupon rate or whatever. But when you're getting equity, you are actually getting zero cost capital.
Yes, but cost of equity is more than cost of debt. Therefore, when you look at a foreign currency convertible instrument, essentially the question is always around the valuation at which this foreign currency convertible is issued. Because if you are looking at a rally of your equity prices, you do not want to make that conversion factor very low. So cost of equity is always higher than cost of debt, and therefore this is the most price thing that you have. Yes, unlike a debt, you are not paying a coupon, so it is not affecting your P&L in the sense of an interest cost and affecting your PBT. But ask a promoter, equity is the last thing you would want to pay, because to him is, for a growth company, this is.
When you're talking about equity, if you're getting equity into a company, the liability of the company is towards it's zero. The operating liability for the year is zero. So you don't have to give anything. Only dividends have to be given from the profits of the company. So if you're talking about an Indian company, let's take out the foreign part from here. If you're talking of equity earning into a company, to finance the operations of the company, the cost of equity is zero. Versus if you borrow a loan from bank. I hope that is very clear, isn't it? So when you go for a very high capex, investment, suppose you have to make a highway. Would you like to go the equity route or you like to go to the debt route? So that's for a different day. But what I'm saying is try to understand the difference between getting equity into a company or getting debt into a company. Both have different connotations. But yes, you're right. Ownership, it also means you're giving part ownership of the company. So what Mr. Divnath is saying is when you give equity to somebody, you're also giving part ownership of the company. So when you have to say goodbye to him, that okay, I want to take full ownership, then the price you have to pay at that time is a different thing. So these are very, very complex questions that you need to answer for yourself. But what the point I was trying to make was that Hyundai was played very smart. They unlocked the value of the company in India. And not only that, because of the asset, the balance sheet going up, getting inflated in India, the consolidated balance sheet at the parent level also went up. Getting it because your balance sheet in India gets consolidated at the Korea level, at South Korea when they are headquartered. So their balance sheet also gets inflated because of such a healthy balance sheet of the Indian counterpart. Okay, so that was a big one. So I will hand over the mic to.
Actually, following the Bharat on any topic is very hard. I think we covered a lot of things. Uh, uh, so I think the one point he made was right that it's essentially what companies overseas or even the venture funds and hedge funds are recognize that they need to unlock the domestic capital that is in the country, right? A lot of and how it's happening in India as well, right? A lot of money is consolidated into tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So we all know how tier 1 cities behave, right? We invest, we are aware about those kind of situations also, but then there are people in those parts of the country which are still not aware. So I'll just try to talk about that, so it gives a sense of how the Indian story is actually gonna come up compared to China, right? So so there is a lot of
scope there, and if you see a lot of investments which is now going into startups into the country is from those pockets, right? Those people who are essentially investing into gold or real estate now have been mobilized into, buy funds into your AIFs and, putting in or consolidating the money and then putting it in startups, right? And even you see a lot of SME main board or SME IPOs, right? Because a lot of these private equity funds, what are they doing is that they have realized that, IPO is where the money is, right? And they are recognizing or identifying companies which are profitable in nature, which have cash flows, but then the promoters are no longer interested to run the business, right, on a longer way. So they are like, what HSBC and Jupiter did for Hyundai, they are doing it for the local businesses and making them realize that, okay, this is how you can unlock your wealth creation or for your family and future. And that's how it's happening. So even for the foreign funds or even for the local AIFs and the investors, that's how they are also seeing that, a lot of unlocking is there to be done. And I think that's why even RBI is trying that, how do I make investment or going for an IPO easy? Like they have introduced that, you can do for the banks to actually fund the IPOs, right? You can give money to the, if you are looking to go for an IPO, you can get a bridge round from the banks, right? They have come up with the new guidelines or, on ECBs that, how you can take easy debt from outside the country so that the money or the capital or the equity stays in the country. So they are also making some efforts to ensure that, our Indian companies don't have actual stakes of foreign investors, right? Or foreign, because like I'm not sure if you know about the press code 3 guidelines where India prohibits a lot of I think almost any company or any person related to China, Hong Kong investing into the country. So that's how we are trying to see that how we can cordon off our profitability and how we can unlock our domestic potential as a country.
There's also one very interesting point is, when he was mentioning tier 2, tier 3 and all that, what is also underway is a very structural change which is affecting banking as an industry. Earlier, the banking industry used to take for granted that people will invest their money in cryptocurrency or it will lie in their savings. Until the shock that the CASA balances have started going down. And this is primarily because one, Gen Z, they hardly or do not ever go and put money in a bank. And it's the diversification of the asset classes of even domestic investors where what was taken for granted to go into FDs in our father's generation, etc., or even my generation, is absolutely getting moved into these. So various alternative asset classes, and therefore the question before is that if banks are losing CASA balances, which is a stable capital pool for them, then how do banks price loans competitively? And for a growth economy such as India, where bank debt financing is important, long-term debt financing is important, how will banks then fund for that side of the balance sheet? It's something that has not, it's not been sorted out yet, but this is the challenge that the banking industry has to contend with.
I think that was a very, 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 very pertinent point. In fact, RBI has just given some new directions that we're talking about. I mean, they are trying to address the liquidity problem because the ratio of the bank deposits in the Indian household savings is coming down. If you look at the Indian household savings rate, what is the average savings rate in this country? Who will tell me? Average savings rate, household savings rate. Around, yeah, a little bit less than that. Yeah, tell me, yes, please get up. Very good. So 40% is around the average savings made by a household in this country. But the proportion of that 40%, suppose somebody is earning, say, 10,000 rupees and is able to save 4,000 of that. Earlier, that 4,000 was going totally into FDs. So that's the point Mr. Sen is making. That now 4,000 is not going into FDs. A big portion of that is going into some other asset classes. Big one is stock market. It can be into cryptos. It can be into something else also. So that is becoming a big. Yeah. So this is becoming a big consideration that today the banking industry is hard pressed for liquidity. So
But now, when I talk to people, when I go to different colleges, I do realize that a lot of these people already have a crypto wallet and have invested in Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. I don't know some of the currencies. I get to know when I talk to these guys, right? So that's the thing that it's just not purely real estate that used to happen or a FD which used to happen. Even like instead, so even when we talk about a savings account for a bank, right? Our target has changed from your mother and father to the next generation. How we can make banking very seamless and attractive to those people so that they start giving money to the bank.
I mean, bankers can answer this better. I mean, what about you? I mean,
So I think it has to be very innovative. So I'll tell you, for example, not exactly related to current or savings accounts. HSBC, for example, has done tokenization of gold deposits. It's a brilliant concept because that's, the challenge about gold, of course, is the storage cost or security account date, etc., and also, spurious nature in certain cases, the purity. Now, you can avoid all of that through a tokenized gold format. So this is where tokenization of assets is very important, and there are early talks around Indian real estate tokenization also, and it also helps you in fractional ownership. So, for example, if there is a tokenization, what you cannot afford to buy absolute part. For example, to give you a sense, like Paytm offers you to buy gold in small, but that's the conventional way of buying gold. But once tokenization happens, not only is your fully validated in the blockchain, you are owning it. Transfer is very easy, seamless to somebody, and then tradability becomes far more easier. So these are some of the innovations that are happening in terms of diversification of asset classes that is being offered to including retail investors to get more deposits without doing the stupid thing of just increasing the cost of deposit, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you keep on increasing the cost of deposit to get deposit, you are never going to deploy that because your credit-worthy borrowers, credit-worthy borrowers are never going to borrow from that.
So the one thing that they have done in the recent announcement by RBI is that they are trying to improve and make it easy to get ECB. So they are trying to tell Indian corporates that we would like you to look at the ECB route for financing your projects or financing your expansion. So what is ECB? Who will tell me what is ECB? We are trying to get you guys into the discussion so that you don't sleep. I don't want to hear any snoring in the office. So what is an ECB? Who will tell me this? Yes, why don't you tell us what is ECB? Just in 2 lines. Yeah. Very good. So the government is aware of the fact that liquidity in the system is, they reduce some of the bank rates, they reduce the CRR and the SLR and things like that. So I'm sure you've studied what CRR is, cash reserve ratio and statutory liquidity ratios, to put more money into the system so that the RBI wants to make easy capital, cheap capital available to all the entrepreneurs. See, when you talk of Indian unemployment, that was one of the points being made here. MSME has emerged as one of the easy options to make India grow and also employ a lot of people. And they need money, they need cheap capital. MSMEs can only survive with cheap capital. So government is trying its best to make sure that the banks are transmitting. They have brought down the repo rate. What is the current repo rate right now? Very good. What is the repo rate? Anybody? Loudly. What is the definition of repo rate? Very good. So guys, when you reduce the repo rate, they will transmit it to the end customer, to the end borrower. Because if you are able to borrow at 5.5 versus 6.5 earlier, this one person will get transmitted ultimately to the end borrower. The government is trying its best. As I told you in the beginning, Mr. Modi has now taken the position of the CEO of India. He is Prime Minister cum CEO of India, and that is one of the best things that has happened in this country. For the first time, you are finding that your Prime Minister is behaving like a chief executive officer and is doing what is good for the Indian economy. Because they have realized if you have to get jobs for everybody, you have to raise the scale of the economy. So that's what is happening. So I think
mention that we are looking to go away from USD as a currency for our transactions, right? So in January of this year, RBI started with liberalizing SNRR and SRB accounts. I think you guys should read about it because by the time you graduate, I think that would be just tell them a little bit more. Yeah. So SRB is a special to be Vostro account. So if you know how global transactions happen, essentially if a bank in USA has to client in USA has to send money to India, the money from US bank goes to an intermediary bank, which essentially converts the USD to INR. Then it goes to the Indian bank, right? So it's that kind of a transition. But if you have a SRB account, for example, open with a foreign bank, you can directly get money in INR against the transactions or in the services that you have given to a foreign client, and then use that INR denominated money from that account to make payments also, even make overseas investments also. So that's for SRB. SNRR is special non-rupee account. That's essentially for foreign companies trying to do business in India, but without having an Indian presence, right? So what do they do is they open an SNRR account for a particular purpose. For example, a tax payment or a particular kind of a transaction, because it's transaction reliant kind of account. You only can do whatever you have specified that you're going to do with that account. So all these transactions then happen in INR only. So that will actually increase your INR dependency and lessen the USD burden. So these are the kind of schemes, even on the import-export side also, government is trying to do away with the old processes which were more tedious in nature. They are making sure it's more hands-on now. So even for for a small ticket size transaction, you don't have to actually now go to the bank and get the give all the export related documents. You can just give a declaration and get the export bill set up. So these are kind of simple things that I think and I believe that you should guys read about, because if anybody of you actually wants to have a career in banking, I think that would be a good starting point to have know-how of all these points.
Great. I think I'm just looking at my watch. I think we are almost closing of our discussion here, because we need to open the house for question and answers. So at the end, I would just like to make one statement. I think India is in a sweet spot. All this turbulence and with the kind of maturity that our political system has evolved into, I think thanks to Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru's non-aligned movement, where we didn't get aligned with any of the powers in the world. So we are not a sworn enemy of any country. So we don't have any natural enemies in the world except Pakistan, maybe, I don't know. So we will find a way to get around America. We'll find a way to be with Russia at the same time. Also, we'll find a way to handle China. I think with this and with the kind of human capital that we have today, India has 2,000 births per minute, compared to 1,000 births of a child per minute per hour. I'm sorry, per hour in China. So very soon, China will be losing the edge of the number of people that they have, the manpower that they had maybe 10 years ago. So very soon, the world paradigm is going to be shifting in favor of India. So I think the coming times are going to be very, very good for us. But yes, we have to navigate these turbulent times that we are seeing for the time being. With this, I will close the panel discussion and open the house for any questions and answers. Maybe we can start with the ladies. The first lady to come and speak. Yeah.
No, sir. Good evening, sir. My question question is to Manish Agarwal, sir. Sir, as we are rising, our GDP is rising, everything, but the number of HNIs are also rising and plus. But what's your take on the financial literacy of the population of India, and where do you see the state? And what's your advice for the people to manage their money well? Because the involvement of people in India in managing money and investing money in stock markets and things like that are comparatively low. So where do you see that from this point?
Thank you. That's a very nice question. I would just like to summarize a couple of points of the panel and then I'll come to your question. Inherently, I believe all of us agree that global turbulence is not at all impacting India. We have to do certain things right in our country. For example, this lady asked about financial literacy. Now, if we fix this issue of financial literacy, जहां पे हमारा आम आदमी भी फाइनेंशियली लिटरेट हो जाएगा, आज इंडिया में भिखारी भी पेटीएम यूज करना शुरू कर दिया है उसने. So imagine this is where we are going, and if we can take care of that 80% of the population which is not sitting here, जो हमारे गांव में है, if we can start working on those issues to address. I would like to call this gentleman Shreyas. He has written a wonderful article. I don't know where, if he can just stand up, I'll really. Okay, so this is a great problem that he has highlighted. He talks about logistics multiplier. Let's acknowledge, this is one of the problems to be solved. In India, we spend 15% of the cost in logistics, which is globally only 5%. The moment we are able to turn this lever from 15 to 5%, trust me, stock markets will be taken care of. If we start focusing on how efficiently we can have agriculture produce, आज हम जब हिंदुस्तान में agriculture produce करते हैं, हम कितना पानी waste करते हैं, हम बाकी चीजें कितनी waste करते हैं. If we start focusing on this, the entire production, the entire GDP will start growing at different rates. Manufacturing, I mean, all said and done, हमें China से सीखना चाहिए how to manufacture at large scale. If we start doing things like ease of doing business, उसके बाद semiconductor में we are trying to do. Defense में हम लोग export करना शुरू कर दिया. Now we are giving ammunition to the world to fight wars globally. Imagine, पहले और India used to import most of the things. And if once India solves our oil import problem, everything will be taken care of. Financial literacy is a very important issue. Trust me, we must all learn how to manage our finances. And the women in India know that. We undermine this, but go to my mother or go to any lady, they know how to manage their finances. How to multiply properly, this is where they are now trying to learn. So thank you for this question. Really appreciate it. Next question.
So I just give an example. I think it happens in rural banking, so there is something called Sakhi Sehli group, right? So what a lot of banks are trying to do as part of CSR activities that their village or that group or cohort, right? Even in some pockets of Bombay also, right? So how it happens is that they are making sure that savings, right? It should be a habit for them. Because when we talk about people who are not so well-to-do, just don't save. They end up spending a lot of money. So importance of saving. If I come up, right, like I covered tier 2 towns or tier 3 towns, there are funds that I know and work with. They are going in those cities like Indore, Baroda, and all those part of the country, and making sure they're having those conversations. They like cities like Jodhpur, Raipur, right, and having those conversations that what apart from real estate FDs that you can do, right? Investing into a startup, investing into stock markets and having those conversations. Even banks are doing it. I think HSBC is also coming with a lot of branches in such kind of cities, like Lucknow and all. Yeah, and so these are banks, and have the owners also, right, to literate the population, and with the products that are being designed these days, we are trying, or as a whole as an ecosystem, we are trying to make sure that financial literacy reaches to the end consumer and user.
Next question, please. Yeah.
Good evening to the entire panel. I'm Socrates from the and my question again goes to Manish, sir. Sir, since the Trump tariffs have been levied, private equity firms in the US, they have been pushing for SPAC IPOs, and I believe as of now it is at an all-time high. So I just wanted to know whether that is a result of crony capitalism or they are just trying to take advantage of robust US economy through capitalism.
What is your thought?
Sir, I would lean more towards crony capitalism.
So I think you have answered well. That's the answer. I don't know what about the other panelists.
Most SPACs are making a quick buck out of a situation because essentially, I don't know how many of you are conversant with this idea of a SPAC. Essentially, you have a vehicle and you just get it listed and then raise significant amount of money. And that money you are telling the investors, I will utilize to invest to buy up companies or businesses. So one, probably it's easier way of capital raising because look at it from a perspective that if I have to raise capital as a normal company, I would have to do substantial more work in terms of taking the investors through my plans, this, that, and all that. You would know what startup companies come to him and how much they have to convince him or a banker to give money. But if you are essentially riding the market on a high and raising some money out of a SPAC listing, you are sitting on tons of money. The problem there is sometimes then there is pressure to deploy. It's true even for private equity, etc. And then go buy right, left, and center. So, is it the most efficient form of utilization of capital and deploying of capital? The jury is out on it. Probably not. I mean, there may be one ingenious guy getting this idea to do it, get a deal done, and it may have had its purpose. But we have seen, the trend had gone up quite a bit. Then again, it came down, and I don't know what is the latest.
Kind of geographies and getting the ownership in the companies. A lot of time when I have this discussion with them, then I always ask that you really plan to acquire the company. I don't get a favorable view because what I understand is essentially there's somebody else who's calling the company, right? Because
sorry. So I would like to give you a name of a company called Motherson. I don't know whether you have heard of this company. So this is a very interesting company which is out globally shopping good assets, and their investors, they tell that, this is going to be the level that they will grow year after year, and they are globally shopping assets. And what Sir said, ECBs are now being used to shop assets. Abhi, I don't know, एक समय ऐसा आएगा जब यहाँ पे गोरा हमें चाय सर्व कर रहा होगा. This is going to happen very soon in the country. Trust me, this is happening.
गोरा से मुझे याद आया. Let me just give you some small example. When we used to travel outside India, Dubai, or let's take this example. This is a real life example. I was in Thailand about 30 years ago, and you go to any shop there, and suddenly they will look at you and they say, "Oh, Indian," and they will turn their back. Really, it literally used to happen. And then they will attend to a Gora because he knew and he thought that the other guy, the Gora, has many more dollars in his pocket than this guy, and he will haggle. This Indian customer will haggle. I will waste a lot of my time. Might as well spend my time attending to the Gora customer on the counter. Things have changed drastically. Now you go to Thailand, for example, I went about last year. They will first attend to an Indian customer because they know this guy is loaded with money. So you see how the world has come round the circle. Same was the case in America. I went to US the first time in the last millennium, before 2000, and they will tell you that, okay, India, you come from India. India is a land of snake charmers and elephants. By that time, the IT revolution had not happened. Then they started telling, oh, you're from India. Oh, you're the IT guy, the computer guy, software guy. But today, when you go to the US, and in those days we were minority, very few Indians you will find walking on the streets of American roads, cities. But today, when you go to the US, you are looked upon with a lot of respect because they know this guy has earned his position. He's not rich because his dollar is has a lot of holds a lot of value in this country. $1 doesn't get converted into 80 rupees. He has come from 80 of his rupees. He's able to buy things in the US. His 80 rupees brings him only $1, but he has earned that respect because of his hard work and because of his brain. So that's the difference that has happened in the world today. I think that's a big one. Maybe a day will come and Gora will be serving a coffee and tea here.
It's a very interesting thought that came to my mind when you said this. This is something I was telling my son before I left home to come here. If I recall, my total expenses 27 years back to get my degree here was 1.5 lakh rupees. And the return on investments, I don't know how many thousand percentages of return that has happened, and it is unbelievable. And this happened because I graduated from here in 1998, and India liberalization was 90. So 98 till 2025, the fabulous journey India has had, the kind of salary and wealth growth all of us had, to a very large extent, many of us today on a dollar salary basis are very comparable, if not more than many of our peers after adjusting for cost of capital. It is my there may be other beliefs here, but my personal belief is that in today's world, you are privileged to be living in India and not abroad.
Just take care of your population and the pollution here.
The reality is very different and getting harsher with every passing day. One of my colleagues was telling me that to make $100,000, 85 lakhs, whatever, which is not even enough for a decent sized family, a guy is having to do 4 jobs. And imagine with 80 lakhs, what a quality of life you can have in India. So, guys, have a right perspective when some friend of yours is saying, "I'm a master's कर रहा हूँ in US कर रहा हूँ, बड़ा सा नाम मान लेते हैं and all that stuff." And if there is a case to give you any hope, my return on investment out of my investment in IIFT probably beats many MBA degrees from many best colleges.
And when you go, I think that because the traffic is more, so when you go out, you realize where I actually get this done. I was a part of I spent it firsthand at what and pretty much you will also see that once you go out, right? It's not easy. Yeah, if you look at the conversion rate, yeah, it says $1 is equal to 88 rupees or whatever. But the purchasing power parity value of dollar is just about 24, 45 rupees. So when you talk of $100,000 and 85 lakh rupees, you can have the same lifestyle in one certain amount. Actually, a lot more opportunities. That's correct. So let's go to the next question because this is a big discussion. Yeah, I think we have another 10 minutes for discussions. So let's speed up now. Yeah, let's start with him. Okay, yeah, please.
Good evening, I'm India has started to bring up this manufacturing capability, but it's quite late on the trade compared to China or the other countries like Vietnam or Indonesia. So today we have to balance both international environmental standards and laws like EU has carbon tax and such that our products have to
Until recently, I was looking at sustainable finance for the bank as well. So this is IIFT, this is my own institute. I'll give you a very honest answer. There's a lot of hype and hoopla around green instruments. The reality is slightly different. Okay. In terms of purpose of these instruments, and I'm not making it too complicated, because when you say green bond, I'm just using the word very loosely as against sustainability linked bond or anything. So any instrument for green finance. So for the purpose of putting up sustainable capacities, a green bond definitely is par for the game, but it is not a full solution to the problem. Okay, because there is a mindset issue with most, if not all, corporates, that they think that just because they are raising a green instrument or issuing a green instrument, they are entitled to of finance. Okay, and I'll tell you why that mindset problem has a problem. Because that is not the case. There is, okay, fundamentally investors are going to give you money if you are credit worthy. Okay, first and foremost, forget the color of the instrument. You have to be credit worthy to raise money. Assuming you have made that cut to be credit worthy, you could be AAA or you could be BB. That will affect your cost of raising capital, but you have made that. But then, depending on whichever part of that risk rating curve you are, you may be able to get some of concession on the green instrument. Okay, but it is definitely not going to be substantially different or a major cut. But what these green instruments do is that when you go and opt for that, you're offering circular, and some of the obligations that come onto you as part of those instruments actually make you walk a path which is very tight. And if you are indeed actually married to that cause, that मुझे green होना ही है, it is fine for you. But आपका अगर approach ये था कि मुझे तो cheap concessional finance उठाना है, जो one आपको मिलने वाला नहीं है, जितना आप चाहते हो, और आपको ये पाथ भी चलना नहीं है, तब आप green washing शुरू कर दो. अब बोलोगे कुछ और करोगे कुछ और. So that is where the central problem is for the Indian market per se, vis-a-vis some of those Nordic countries or European countries. In fact, China was one of the highest issuers of green bonds. So for the Indian market, I do not think green instruments are a panacea for the problem. But I will also address one point that you made, is that sometimes if you are late in life, it is better, because if China, Vietnam, or some of the other players have had substantial capacities, number one, right now they have a huge problem. We don't. That surplus capacity problem is going to add to significant amount of dumping, jumping, and all that stuff. So you are not saddled with that capacity. Number two, many of the capacities had come out when these green regulations were not there. So even they, after having invested a large base into these capacities, may not be fully compliant, whereas you are just starting the game now. So you could be putting up a carbon electric arc furnace now, rather than some of your blast furnaces of yore. So I don't know if I've been able to answer your question, but just to sum up, for the Indian market, green finance, there is availability for the right kind of borrowers. That alone itself is not a solution. The issuance sizes have been very small, not much. It started with a gusto in 2021 with some great volume. Then it tapered off primarily because of the mindset issue on pricing. Two, Indian manufacturing base, which is coming up now as a China plus one strategy, is actually quite advanced. They are bringing into factor some of the sustainability linked policies or path that needs to be followed.
Very nascent stage in India, right? I meet a lot of customers. They say that we plan to have a carbon credit business, and we'll generate carbon credits in so many years. We'll have it, but and we'll set up a project which will only generate carbon credits, and then we do the trading of carbon credits with a European company, right? And all this is on paper, right? And it's not in play. And like Turbulence mentioned, even on real estate side, I think a lot of these projects are like we are carbon neutral, we are green and everything.
but it's just to sell that particular idea. It's not essentially happening in play, right? Because there's a lot of capital that will go into ensuring that the conditions which will come along with the loan that is being given is maintained, right? Because it has to be maintained for a longer period of time till the loan goes up. So that's an additional cost. Are you willing to take? That's the question anybody has to answer.
So you will be very surprised to hear that as much as US is developed and all that stuff, our green power capacity as a percentage of total installed power capacity is over 42% right now. US का शायद 25-30 है. So and we are only doing more and more and more with that 500 gigawatt capacity by 2030. That's our national mission. That's one sector we should be really proud of in terms of how we have unfolded, how we have brought down the cost of renewable power in this country. And now with the supply chain also building up, it's a story that all of us should be proud. The next one that should follow is green hydrogen, but there are some other stories also playing out. It's too complex for the scope of it.
Solar energy, I think, is doing very well for this country. So we have actually surpassed our targets in the solar energy. So I think let's go to the next question. We need to hurry up. Yeah, please.
Sorry, I'm very clear that I like to segregate the risks and class based on external or internal. And I honestly, since I'm a player largely in a private market, not a public market, I focus on intrinsic risks when I consider a model for financing. So, and like I said, that I don't believe in global turbulence. I'm only looking at what are the things to be fixed within the country, within a particular company, and if we are able to fix those, then the financial modeling can be done for the benefit and the growth of the company. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question.
Yeah, who's next? Any other question? Yeah, please.
Right. So first, let's understand there is a lot of difference between who is being financed by the bank and who is being financed by the private market. Private market is usually doing most of the risk-taking finance, and public market or banks are not supposed to do that because they are custodian of a public money that needs to be secured, and it should take care of more infrastructural and safe financing. So there is a very clear demarcation as far as purposes of private funds and the public funds are concerned.
So the LPs, see the model here is that you have a general partner, he's a general partner. So they are the sponsors of the fund. So the fund is sponsored by the general partner. They will put in about 2.5% to about whatever 5 crores, whatever is the amount that requires to be put. The balance amount then they have to go and look for LP. So what is the general partners and the limited partners? So limited partners are the people who put in their money and they depend on their expertise to be able to put that money to the right startups, the right companies, the right management, which will make them so-called unicorns. And the money will have will become, will have a multiple effect, multiplier effect, 10x, 20x, whatever. So private equity is a very late stage. See, most of the hospitals in this country are being run by private equity. So private equity are people who have a lot of money, deep pockets, and then they will take over running businesses and remove the management and become the owner of that business. Unfortunately, that has led to the downfall of the healthcare system in the US, because instead of being run by doctors or qualified people, the management say is totally in the hands of the private equity people. So they would like to cut down on costs, for example. So they will not like to spend more money than they can on any patient. And this has led to the fact that a lot of people are complaining in the US that the patients are not being attended to. They are cutting corners. They will try to save money on whatever they can and reduce the benefits to the patient, and which has led to complications and loss of life also. So if that answers your question. Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the session. If we can take just one last question.
I had a last question.
Yeah.
So we have been talking about new innovation, right? So I really wanted to know about what's your stance on tokenization and blockchain technologies, because there is a lot of buzz going around in the market that is going to.
This is a question you are asking back end. It is okay. Let me put it this way. There is no doubt that the impact that blockchain technology will have on the future course of finance and economy is irreversible. It's taken. But certain early experiments on blockchain have not really been very. It's been positive, but they have been at a very small scale. So, for example, the usage of blockchain in trade finance, it all started with a lot of fanfare. But apart from some newspaper articles on LCs being issued or the first trade shipment having been conducted through blockchain, we have not seen very wide adoption of the blockchain technology. While people completely understand the merits of the blockchain technology and what all it confers in terms of positives, the use cases are far and few other than crypto. But then crypto and mainstream economy coming together has not happened. Until, of course, we have seen a complete reversal also, that until Trump came in, you saw most major global banks really talking negative about crypto and that how it's a waste of time, etc. And then certain global banks, all of a sudden after Trump came in, started talking about issuing their own cryptocurrencies. But But what is emerging right now is a concept called stable coin. And stable coin is something where the underlying could be more stable assets, such as, say, for example, a US government security, or maybe some Swiss franc deposit. So something very is type coin. Therefore, when people, and this is very to the de-dollarization concept that we are talking about, that if you look at, let's say, as a global operation across corporate geography operations, is dealing in various currencies. And so how does he maintain his deposits? In what currencies does he maintain his deposits? And there is always a very dynamic risk situation where the value of that currency may go up and down. So he may then choose that I may put some surpluses in a stable coin, more as a risk diversification strategy. So again, this is something which is emerging concept of stable coin, while things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc., are more considered still as a speculative domain of people, just taking it up and taking it down. But sooner than later, I am personally of the belief that 5 years down the line, you will definitely see some good convergence of banking with crypto So blockchain is the underlying technology that powers all of this. But stable coins में काफी interest बिल्कुल grow कर रहा है.
As we conclude this insightful discussion on how India's trade transformation is shaping Indian capital markets and investor sentiments, a key themes clearly stands out. We began by acknowledging the turbulence in global trade, from tariff wars and geopolitical tensions to disruptions in key trade routes. Amidst this uncertainty, India has emerged stronger, now among the world's top five in market capitalization. Our role in global trade has evolved from exporting raw materials to becoming a hub for value-added manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, GCCs, and semiconductor design. What once was seen as weakness, India's low dependence on export has now become a strength, shielding us from weaponization of trade that's reshaping global economy. At the same time, challenges like rural migration and unemployment remind us that growth must be both rapid and inclusive. We also discussed how shifting global financial patterns from volatile US bonds to the changing status of traditional safe havens are driving investors to rebalance their portfolios. Capital is now more mobile than ever, moving swiftly across borders with every change in interest rates. Yet India's markets have shown remarkable balance as domestic investors have stepped up to offset foreign withdrawals, reflecting growth depth and confidence. Ultimately, India is not avoiding global turbulence; it is adapting to it and even redefining it. The question is no longer if India can replicate another nation's success, but how fast we can craft our own. With that, I would like to thank our speakers for their valuable insights and clarity that they have brought to such a complex and evolving topic. You have helped us to connect the global shifts with India's unique growth story, one that continues to inspire, optimize, and resilience. Thank you all for being part of this conversation. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude with tokens of appreciation to our speakers for gracing us with their presence and sharing their invaluable insights. I would request you to give a very big round of applause to everyone. I would request Minister to accept the I would now request Yashwadan sir to please accept it. I would now request Deborah Sen sir to please accept the token of appreciation from my side. I would now request Pranjal Parihar sir to please accept the token of appreciation. I request the panelists to gather for a photograph.
analytics, product management, and e-commerce club of IIFT Delhi aims to provide a platform for prospective young managers to confront themselves with real-life problems in the field of technology, product management, and analytics. Systemix helps students to learn about applications of technology in different fields of management and provides a stage where young managers can gain insight into the latest technology in the IT field. We are particularly involved in imparting knowledge about the gamut of the most sustainable technologies to come up in recent times.
Now, we would like to welcome the dignitaries from the dais who will be sharing their thoughts on predictive analytics and AI, steering India's trade through global uncertainty. Please allow us to introduce our esteemed panelists. First of all, we have Ms. Shivani Kapu. It is a privilege to welcome her. She is the technology leader for artificial intelligence at IBM. With over 20 years of distinguished industry experience, she specializes in consulting and delivering critical AI and ML projects that derive genuine value across diverse sectors. Her academic foundation spans from BE in electrical and electronics from the University of Madras to advanced certifications from IIM Bangalore and Pondicherry University. Her expertise shines through her work with the Fortune 500 clients across insurance, oil and gas, healthcare, as well as banking. As both a technical expert and a strategic leader, she exemplifies the future of AI-driven business transformation. It is a pleasure to welcome. It is an honor to welcome Mr. Nitin Kumar, founder and CEO of CEO Research and Invest Delhi, holding a bachelor's in electrical, electronics, and communication engineering. Mr. Kumar has combined his technical expertise with extensive financial market expertise to become a pioneer in democratizing investment strategies. With over 14 years of hands-on investment experience, he has demonstrated exceptional market acumen, identifying multiple multi-bagger stocks. His passion lies in simplifying investing for India's working professionals, making high-quality, low-cost asset management accessible to all. His diverse career spans software engineering leadership roles at global corporations and successful entrepreneurial ventures. It is a pleasure to welcome you, sir. It brings me immense pleasure to welcome Ms. Richa Malhotra, Senior Assistant Vice President at EXL. She brings over 15 years of distinguished experience as a seasoned risk analyst in the banking domain, combining her academic foundation with an MBA from IIFT Business School. Her expertise lies in solving complex business challenges through predictive analytics. With their intense experience across multiple geographies, particularly the UK, US, and Australia, she possesses deep understanding of banking regulations and compliance frameworks. She specializes in credit risk mitigation, collection strategies, and recovery, making her a valuable voice in today's data-driven financial landscape. It is a pleasure to welcome you. We are also privileged to welcome Mr. Dheeraj Chaudhary, Assistant Vice President at Barclays, who has distinguished leadership in financial technology and consulting spans more than a decade. He has driven high-impact, large-scale businesses and business transformation initiatives at industry leaders including PwC India, HSBC, as well as now Barclays. His focus lies in optimizing operations and achieving substantial cost efficiencies. He has set benchmarks within the banking and financial services sector. Currently, he leads a strategic multi-year mission harnessing advanced analytics, machine learning, and digital innovation. A mentor and collaborator at heart, he excels in managing stakeholders, fostering cross-functional synergy, and inspiring high-performing teams to deliver transformative change. It is a pleasure to welcome you, sir. And to expertly moderate today's panel, we welcome Ms. Patralekha Mohanty, Sales Director and Cloud Leader at Oracle. She holds an MBA from Fortune Institute of International Business and a bachelor's in economics, combining rigorous academic training with a deep understanding of the market dynamics. With over 2 decades of experience serving government, public sector, insurance, communication and media industries across clients like IBM, SAP, EY, Microsoft, and currently Oracle. Her core strengths are consultative sales, business development, and relationship building at the CXO level. It is a pleasure to welcome you back. And now we pass on the floor to our panelists for a fruitful discussion. Ma'am, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm audible. How are you guys? Good? It's actually truly wonderful to be here with all of you, bright, curious, energetic students who actually represent the future of India, right? You guys are all future leaders, innovators. You are the change makers and the opinion makers of our country. And actually, we could not have asked for a better, audience than all of you because you are young, you are talented, and you hold a lot of promise for our country. Right? So I know, it's a little late for you. You're sitting throughout the day, right? Okay, but trust me, what we are about to have, our conversation we are about to have, will be worth your time and attention. Okay. Okay, with that, let's get started. So, the discussion today is very timely and apt, right? As all of us know, that the global trade environment is facing unprecedented shift, right? Be it supply chain disruption, geopolitical tension, rising tariffs, all the protectionist measures that country are taking, and even the rapid digitization, right? All these are adding to very turbulent time for us, especially from a trade perspective, right? It's a very challenging times. But every challenge comes with an opportunity, and we have the opportunity of technology today. Technology like artificial intelligence, analytics, predictive analytics, blockchain, and a lot of other emerging tools, which actually give us, leeway to remove these trade barriers. Technology helps us make better decisions, smarter decisions, and more resilient decisions for our trade environment. And that is exactly the focus of our session today. So the name of the session, as all of us know, let me just read it out again. So this is predictive analytics and AI, steering India's trade through global uncertainty, right? And we're very, very fortunate to have with us a very stellar, diverse, and powerful panel of leaders who will bring perspective from finance, startup, analytics, and AI research. And they will decode for us that how do we navigate through this turbulent time with the help of technology, right? So you have already got the introduction, but allow me to introduce again. So we have Nitin, Dheeraj, Shivani, and Richard, right? So thank you all of you for being here. And here is the flow of the discussion. What I will do is I will ask you generic questions first, and maybe 2 or 3 of it, depending on the time and the interest the student will take. Then we will get into specific domain expertise of yours, and we'll target some questions to understand and deep dive into your expertise, right? Then maybe for a couple of questions we'll open it to the audience. You guys are okay for that, right? And last, maybe I will take some soundbite from all our stellar panelists, right? Okay, so let me start. We'll go with you first. Okay, so this way. Okay, so we have been talking about technology, right? We have been talking about influence of technology, how technology is changing so fast. It is such a evolving landscape. We really want to understand from you all the panelists that how are these emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, and blockchain impacting trade and economic decision making? If I may start with you.
Yeah, so we're talking about AI, predictive analytics, and blockchain. So let me try to, it's a big question, and let me try to segment it. See, it's changing the way we do marketing. It's changing the way we do sales. It's changing the way we do finance. 90% of the trade is being done using AI, algo trading. That's trillions of dollars, right? Computers and AI and machine learning are taking trade decisions, not just based on chart, but based on macro factors, fundamentals of the company. It's a typical job. Content marketing, right? Earlier we used to have a team of 50 people creating images and following up. Hey, right? This is all being done using sales agents, marketing agents. That's huge. Predictive analysis. So how the gold rates, currency, mortgage, home loans are impacting the overall economic sentiments. That is being done by predictive analysis. We can sensitize where the economy, what economy is moving, right? And the possible defaults. So this is the big impact. It's touching each line, I would say.
So you saying technology is impacting all of us, all the sectors, right? I mean, 90% of our, the statistically you say 90% of our job is being done by technology. You think it's better? They're smarter?
No, now you are scaring me. Right?
Yeah.
So I would say what I mentioned is that 90% of the work field,
Yeah.
right? Trading and investment activities are done in
90% is a huge.
It's a big number, right? So I see a lot of talented people here. See, if I want to share, I've been doing AI for the last 5 years, even before 2022. That will be right. So the people who have got first principle thinking and the domain knowledge are going to lead, right? Because a lot of execution, as we say, that 80% of the execution can be done by agents. The people who can think and innovation, the first principle thinking, they will do a lot better.
Great. Because can we have your perspective on this?
Hello. Thank you everyone for bringing me here. And honestly, I always like to interact with the fresh face. It gives me energy a lot.
Especially students, right?
Yeah. So I always want to connect with the fresh ideas, fresh peoples, and that gives me a new way of thinking. That gives me a way to connect with the new generations as well. So a couple of years back, I used to be the new generations. Now time has shifted, and I have become into somehow called as millennium. So, and you guys are Gen Z. So the country futures is in your hand. And frankly, if I say we are currently in a disruption phase, not just from tech perspective, but the entire world is changing. Earlier, we used to rely on very fixed strategic trade decisions. So China was the global factory, undisputed kings for the last 20 years or 30 years probably. And that has helped everyone. So if you remember, I'm not sure actually whether you guys have seen the ad end of the TV. So there used to be a TV which had a very fat belly, and yeah. So and yeah, the back of it, and that used to cost a lot. Actually, it used to cost around I would say couple of months of your salary at that time, if I can relate through inflation adjusted.
Realistic space in the home.
Yeah, exactly. Now the technology has improved substantially. You can have LCD panel, LED panel, and QLED panel, and now OLED, something like that. That is also coming up. But the cost has not increased. It has in fact decreased, and that's because of the global trade certainty. and that is getting eroded because of certain decisions that has been taken by United States, particularly Mr. Donald Trump. And because of his certain decisions, whether it is right for his country or not, that's a separate discussions. But the global trade has been currently it's a news-driven market, not basically predictive, and you can't predict these kind of things. Today, if he wake up from on the wrong side of the bed, he will slap actually tariff on anyone. So that's the kind of environment that we are in. From tech perspective, I would say we have evolved substantially from the last 10 years. If I understand and if my collection memory is working properly, then I would say we have built a cloud and that has set up the entire base for everything, because cloud has given us the infinite amount of resources. You can have as many resources that you want, and that has given a boom of data science. Data science was already there from 1950s, but nobody looked into it because we did not have the resources to execute those basically statistical models. But once the cloud was there, we have been able to develop a lot of complicated models, the neural networks and things like that, that has evolved. And that has given birth to a transformer, something called the LLM. You guys might have used ChatGPT or things like that. How many of you have used it? All of you, yeah. So, so if you have used it, that's well and good. I think you could calculate it within your habits as well. The why I'm saying it, because this is a tool which is irreplaceable. Now earlier it used to be a knowledge economy. If I have a knowledge, I would be considered as a king in my own department. Everywhere that I went, people will come to me. People will ask me how we can do this and that. Now that has got changed entirely. Now it's a creator economy. So if you can think of something, you can create. You don't need to know coding at all. If you can think of some product ideas, you can execute it. You can just provide a certain command. Obviously, you have to do a little bit of hit and try. It's not as simple as Google search, but if you can master the prompt, I think you will be able to get all your answers uh, properly. So that is second intro. I won't still suggest LLM is it's a large language model. So it's a model behind ChatGPT. ChatGPT is just a product. So there is a multiple products out there. Some of it you guys not have worked on, but from technical and model perspective, that is there. And on top of that, there is certain other building block that is going on. So blockchain, you might have heard about. There is something called as quantum computing that is going on, and that will be the next big wave, I would say. Once we crack the quantum computing, we will not just have the infinite resources, we will have the infinite way to deal with the same problem. So if there is some kind of genetic mutations, right, that is something that we can still do today, but we don't know all the possible scenarios. Quantum computing, we will be able to understand all the possible scenarios. If some of you might have been from tech background, then you might have know this problem, actually travel salesman problem. It's unsolvable problem. So we try to actually optimize it as much as we can. With quantum computing, we will be able to solve that kind of a problem as well. So that is the second part. And on top of that, these are the things that is going on. And there is something which is going on top of that, that is called metaverse. You might have heard about it as well because of Facebook that even changed their name to Meta. It did not materialize in the business sense, but with the LLM and the way it is working. So LLM currently works on the unstructured part of the data. If you understand the data, then you can see that there are 90% of the data that is available in the market in the entire world is unstructured state. Only 10% of the data is a structured state. And if you look through those data, you can get a lot of information. Currently, LLM is looking for the text text data, and it has worked really, really well. For video and audio analysis, the algorithms are still not developed properly, but in coming days, it might be. So once that basically process gets completed, in that case, I think metaverse will explode as well. And all of this is impacting trade. How you will say? So I will give you a very plain example. So nowadays, a lot of consumers, I won't say particularly in India, but even in India also, but in the Western cultures, people are like to associate. People want to associate with a brand which has some ethical considerations, and they want to know how their product is getting sourced. All these can be traced very aptly with a blockchain, where the data is coming from, how it is getting there, everything. Recently, EU have actually created some kind of a tax structures, carbon border tax, and they want to understand where the material is coming from, how much carbon that is getting used there. Everything is related with blockchain. If you understand trade, there is trade can't happen without finance, right? And if you need the finance, you have to go through a humongous amount of paperwork, and that paperwork is again in unstructured way. There is not a lot of automations that is going on. So if you want to do a trade today, it will take you around 30 days to get some kind of a bank guarantee or processing and things like that. But with these kind of tech use, it's projected that you can get all these things done within 5 to 7 days. And recently, you might have heard about this one, right? That Nirmala Sitharaman actually make an announcement that within the gift city, they will be doing the same days FX settlement. So that's a very huge amount of stuff. Not just create a new kind of opportunity, it reduces the cost substantially as well. So yeah, I think I took a lot more time than.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's okay now. So a lot of interesting point you made, right? I mean, I think the first point you made that because there is in today's age is no more a knowledge economy; it is a creators economy, and we can create a lot of things with technology, right? And the point you made that artificial intelligence was always there, right? But because it was so computer intensive, we did not have the required hardware to process that. And maybe with the help of cloud, we are able to, do more processing, and so more use of artificial intelligence and ethical AI. Obviously, I mean everybody is talking about ethical AI. That is an interesting point. And moreover, I think what you wanted to say that all this technology are helping in ease of doing business. When we are saying that earlier it used to take 30 days, now it is taking 3 days. Right? Interesting point, Vedas, very interesting. But thank you. Shivani, can we have your perspective on this? And about, as I don't know whether all of you know, when it comes to quantum computing, IBM is leading the way. So I think, yeah. Okay, great, Shivani. Over to you.
Thanks. So, great points, by the way. I'm really happy to meet all of you. So, I'll try and give you an enterprise perspective. So, how our clients generally operated, in the previous decade or, even 5 years back. So, say there is an MNC and, they are operating out of 40 different countries, and say they have designed these shipping routes, all right? So for ease of explainability, I'll just take 4 departments. Say, they have their team working on their customs regulation. They have another team, who's looking at, their documentation, which is needed for import and exports. And say there's another team who has mapped out these logistics, these algorithms for the shipping routes. Now, say, how do you define that these individual teams are working with? We have created algorithms. They are defined by SLAs. Now in silos, all three departments, they're doing great. But what happens is, say if there is a documentation error and say if there is a shipping delay, there is a lot of loss which happens. Yet, you can't blame on one of these departments because they are green on all their SLAs. So who is accountable for this? And there is a collaborative failure, which is happening. Now, how this changes today in today's landscape is with the advent of agents. Now, just imagine that instead of all these departments, we have agents operating with each other. All right, we are not throwing away any kind of these algorithms or these deep learning assets, which all these clients have. All right, we're just retaining them. But imagine if we have an agentic workflow which is running parallelly across all these 40 different countries and see now there is a delay. So there is no longer a 10 days delay, where you have to work across geographies, find a person, work in a reactive way. So, our clients are working really in a reactive way and they didn't have a choice. Once a failure occurs, then, they start thinking, okay, now the failures occur. Now what's our, let's huddle up the team and now let's see, how do we mitigate this? But now with agentic, what happens is the first draft of information is with you in less than 3 minutes. So all these agents operate, you have these different tools, and you have all the information ready with you just in less than 3 minutes, and then you can put in your recommendation. And even for recommendation, there are a lot of ideas how you can have these recommendation agents who can give you this information up and before the time, and all happening real time. So that's the power, the agentic AI or, what we're talking about will bring. And Pashalika, you brought a great point that, IBM is pioneering quantum. So how quantum will make a difference is, rightly as you pointed out, that calculation which takes a lot of compute, that can be solved in 30 seconds. So just imagine if you have to do scenario planning, some decision is changing and you have to analyze and figure out how this tariff is impacting your clients, how this tariff is going to impact your other policies. All that information can be churned out in a few minutes. And after that, the strategists and after that, the policy makers can make much more better decision with all the information they have. So with that, I think
Even the point you made is very interesting also, right? That you saying silos do not exist anymore with the help of technology, right? Because we have better integration and you are democratizing the information the very second the information is emerging, right? And quantum computing will do a lot of complex modeling, very, very in seconds maybe, right? The compute will, yeah, absolutely right. And then that will all lead to maybe better trade environment going forward, right? Okay. So, Richa, we want to hear from you now.
Hi everyone. Really grateful to be here, and I can see a lot of you people either sleeping or exhausted or on your phone. I just hope that this conversation I can make it interesting because I deal with a lot of Gen Zs in my team, and their motivation factor is just not giving a monologue but engaging with them. So here I want to understand from all of you that how you feel threatened that now, like, and it will take away the traditional jobs. Raise of hands, show of hands, please. We are also scared. Very in the traditional organization. I'll come to the trade later, but the first question I would like to, first thought I would like to bring to everybody is, yes, be it international trade, be it our general jobs, how we are doing things, that will be, it will not remain the same. There is a line we jobs previously, now that is dissolving. Now you just can't come and say that I'm a Java coder, I'm good at this, I'm a Python coder, I can do this. 3 months, you learn NLM, it's the next big thing. Where you pivot yourself? I think that every student has this question in the mind, where, what should I do? Where should I go? Will this role be even there? Should I be a generalist or should I be a specialist? Right? Everybody has this question right now. So this is created by AI. But then one thing nobody understands is AI is an AI. It needs a person to get the correct answers from. Even if you type on ChatGPT, it needs something, it will not throw you the right answers. You need to ask the right questions. And that is where the thinking changes for everybody here with AI. You don't have that reactive You can, like Raj mentioned, you think of a product. Now we are pivoting from ourselves to the product centric roles. You yourself can create maybe a product, it's a small product, but that is what we are moving into. And everybody has the caliber to create, and that is what will differentiate. And that is what will make you unstoppable. But it is not the technology. You can anytime upskill yourself. But it is where you pivot yourself, the thought leadership that you bring there. It's about the domain. The trade factor. Correct? Because IIFT, you would always talk about trade. When it happened, you had a bank guarantee, a letter of credit, LC, credit in the banks. How do you build your, forget shipping, how do you even decide on the currency? How do you do that? You know, one of the interesting aspects, I don't know how many of you get, and I assume you would, how we are trying to a resilience of, you know, how what the Russia and India posture account concept is that we have fixed upon the currency. We will reduce our resilience in US. That if the dollar goes up and down, the hedging, our commodities markets are not affected. Our oil. So this is the change with all the countries thinking about right now as to how do we don't depend. Fine lines are now dissolving as to what we said that for international trade we need this. So I think this is one of the aspects that we are seeing in the global economy and changing lines, and it is additional work for us when we build our models. You know, be from banking, insurance, and other things. These are the additional factors now we have to factor in our models, which were not even thought of even 2 years back. The tariff as a concept and the consequences it can have on your bill, how your banks will perform, what level of credit line you can give to an organization right now who getting into all of that has changed. The next time round I will take it, not keeping it too long.
It is not, I think my mic is a problem. It's like taking my voice infrequently. Now it's okay. It takes some time. Okay, so you know how she said, right? You know, it is important not it is important to ask the right question, right? So maybe till 5 years back, whoever can code better, okay, will get a better job. But I mean, all of you must have heard about prompt engineering. So it is better to now prompt better, right? Prompting has to be accurate. You have to ask the right question to get the right answer, right? Okay, so with that, we get into another question I wanted to ask, because I think you asked the right question that who all of you using ChatGPT. Everybody raised their hands. Do you know, guys, what is the Indian equivalent of a ChatGPT, which is being, you know, developed and marketed by Government of India? Anybody knows? What is our own make in India ChatGPT? Can anybody say? Sarvam. Sarvam AI. So start using it. Okay. Indian data sets are very important. We should start using Sarvam AI. I'm not a champion of it, neither I'm marketing it, but it is just Indian citizen. We should also just explore. Maybe you like it as well. Okay. So coming to the second question, we all talked about this AI and artificial intelligence and analytics. What are some AI innovation or some initiative or maybe some startups, you know, playing in this field, you think, which are creating impact? Can you name anybody? Do you, anything comes to your mind that okay, fine, this is a good example for the current, you know, trade environment, for overall, you know, general environment? Do you have any example to give? Do you understand the question? I know. Yeah. I'm talking about what are any, you know, interesting ideas, any initiative or any startup, you know, which is playing in this, you know, field. That's what. 1 to 4.
3. Yeah, I think a lot of companies are doing amazing job, right? I think talk about Indian founders and the complexity of Indian lovable AI. If you have not tried, you can build app in seconds, minutes. Right? Emergent AI, Lucas AI, that's in the supply chain. Supply chain. Lego, I think AI is in agriculture, produce quality assessment. Recently, smallest AI. This is into voice agent. Remember having a team of 100 call center agent calling, hey, what is happening to your product, right? And then this smallest AI can do a sales agent for you, customer support agents. Yeah, so it's changing very fast. But before that, I think just for the benefit of everybody, you all are using ChatGPT, but do you know agents? What are agents? Right. So see, ChatGPT world, you all know you write a question and it it has a context of the entire world, and then it thinks and gives you the answer. Agents is something which can think and act. For example, make a call. Okay, I want to go book a flight from Pune to Hyderabad. Right? Can you create an itinerary for me? So you can create an agent which will think, take your preferences, and let's create a trip. For day one, you do this, or day two, you do this, and then you can have a second agent, hotel booking agent. It will take your itinerary and go to the budget which you have and the preferences and can book. So agentic, I think ChatGPT world, we all know it used to give us a lot of textual information, but with agents, it's getting scarier. Right? We can do a lot of things.
Yeah. So you're saying ChatGPT has a time dimension limitation that a agent doesn't have, in the sense that a ChatGPT cannot book a ticket for you, but an agent can.
ChatGPT is right.
General purpose.
Yeah. If you marry ChatGPT with agents, right, it's a deadly combination. You can get the job done very fast, reliably.
Yes. Anything that you come across, any interesting startup, any idea, any innovation?
So I am a bit of a pessimist on this front, honestly. The reason being, we do not have that kind of a risk appetite. Frankly, if I can see in the Indian context, we do not reward our risk. So the risk-taking capabilities we do not have. And if I can give you one quick, actually, examples on that one. All of us today use ChatGPT, right? It could have been an Indian company. But because we did not like to take risk, we could not take that risk. So Infosys already had committed 1 billion in OpenAI in 2015. And it could have been an Indian company. It was very sweet spot because we have got the capital. So if you understand the risk-taking capabilities comes with the capital. If you have the capitals, your risk-taking capabilities increases. But with India, our culture is such that even currently now we have enough amount of capitals to take certain amount of risk. But those risks are taken care by government currently. It's not taken care by individual like us or the organizations, because organizations also runs by individuals. So I think innovations, the true innovations, the foundations model. I was looking through. I was preparing for this talk actually, and I was looking through the same India AI stack that is getting created. We have allocated 1,000 crores for that, and that's a lot of money. But along with that one, we have put in one conditions. The conditions was that we want to create the biggest model that is there in the world. It's absolutely nonsensical. Because if there is just the parameters that matters, anybody can increase the parameters. That's not the way to judge any kind of performance of the model. So I would say that we do not have that kind of, but I am very hopeful on one thing.
what I have observed from my side is that the next generations, that is the generations from your sides, they have a little bit better risk-taking capabilities than the generations from my sides and the generations above. Because now you have got the capital. Most of you are not coming from that kind of a family, I'm assuming, where you do not have two times thinking about where can I get the two times to eat. And I think that was the case. I think in 1990 or before that, before the Indian economy opened. And because of that one, we have developed this kind of risk-averse culture. Until unless we basically accept risk, we won't be able to innovate as much as we like. So one suggestion that will be from my side to you guys is that take risk. You won't fail. Now we have got the capital. So you won't fail. If you take the risk, you will succeed. That is 100% guarantee.
So that is the cardinal truth, huh? Take risk. So, I'll just build into what you just said, that the risk capability of India has never been that good, right? And that is the biggest criticism of Indian IT, industry, against Indian IT industry, because we, Infosys, we, TCS, we actually adopted a service model. We never adopted a product model, right? Because we did not have appetite for risk. Right? Had it been the product, we would have been maybe the first OpenAI or anything, right? And we all know about the story that Infosys got the invitation for OpenAI investment, right? But they did not. I know who is the culprit, but we'll not talk about it, right? So great. And on Indian Day, on AI mission, right? If students, if you know about AI mission, Government of India has budgeted some 2,000 crore something, 1,000 crore for developing our, yeah. So for developing our own, indigenous AI models, right? Because having an Indian data set is very important, because ChatGPT is trained on American data, right? DeepSeek is trained on Chinese data. So we are inherently different from America and China. So having our own data and having a model out of our own data set is extremely important. So AI mission is a step forward in the right direction. But yes, as Dheeraj said, there are problems, but let's see how it is shaping up. Fine. Okay, Shivani, can we? I'm sure you, because you are a generalist and you have knowledge about so many different sectors and industry, so we'll be able to give us, a better view of what are the innovation happening there, right?
Second to Dheeraj's point on, having a large language model with really large number of parameters to solve the problem, that's not right. Because the future lies in the small language models, very small quantized models which can run on your mobile phone, which can run on your small chipset. They are the ones which are going to be the game changers. Now coming to the AI innovation. So in case of trade and case of finance, the adoption is slightly lower or innovation is slightly slower because of the risk involved. However, there are a lot of steps being taken in small steps. Like, for example, there are some foundation models which are being created for forecasting, for doing some kind of predictions, commodity pricing. So if we were to talk about, say, even 3 years back and think about, just doing one single deep learning model for different kind of commodities, it would just fall flat. Or doing any kind of, crack spread pricing, it would just fall flat. But these models are slightly coming closer to generalizing these predictions. I know they're not there yet, but they are still a good step in the forward direction where we are innovating. And another industry trend which we see is that people have started taking a platform approach. So that's kind of a de-risking, approach rather than stepping directly into agentic AI or starting their foot into AGI. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to create platforms and they're trying to bring all their generative AI solutions, their agentic AI solutions, any kind of predictive modeling or any kind of algos which you're using on a single platform, and they're trying to package it as a marketplace. So once you do that, you're opening it up to all the functions across your organization. So how this helps is you do not redo what somebody's already done. So this helps you save time and also helps you save compute. And you can use that compute, for better purposes. And there's also another initiative which is happening in fine tuning, in the niche areas. So finding ROI which will justify fine tuning stuff, but if you have an interesting use case which would cut across different functions of an organization, or you think it's going to help multiple organizations, then even fine tuning will need a long
Great, Shivani. I have a question. I hope all the students would all have the same question, or maybe I am technologically more challenged than them. So, what is the difference between SML and agentic AI?
Okay. So SLM, LLMs are basically the language models which are being trained on large number of data, and SLMs are which are trained on specific information.
Specific, yeah.
So say for example, we have an SLM which works very well in molecular studies. So say you have to do SAR modeling, during the COVID times. So it was very difficult for them to run all the simulations.